Hello, everyone. Welcome, and thank you so much for joining us today for our 2025 Virtual Summit, Navigating the Next Era.
Hola a todos y todas, bienvenidos, bienvenidas y muchas gracias por acompañarnos hoy en nuestra cumbre virtual de 2025, Navegando la próxima era.
Today's session is being interpreted. We are providing audio in both Spanish and English. So before we continue, we would like to make sure that everyone has a chance to select a language channel to listen to. It is important that you select a language channel and that you select the option to mute original audio, so that way you're not hearing two lines at the same time or any echoes.
La sesión de hoy está siendo interpretada. Proporcionaremos audio tanto en español como en inglés. Antes de continuar, queremos asegurarnos que todos tengan la oportunidad de seleccionar el canal de idioma en el que deseen escuchar. Es importante seleccionar un canal y seleccionar la opción de silenciar el audio original. Así no escuchará dos líneas a la vez ni ningún eco.
We'll give everyone a moment now to select a channel. To do this, please navigate to the interpretation menu option in Zoom, which is likely at the bottom of your screen. Select a language channel. The menu option will look like a globe.
Ahora les daremos a todos un momento para seleccionar un canal. Para hacer esto, navegue hasta la opción del menú de interpretación en Zoom, que probablemente se encuentra en la parte inferior de su pantalla, y ahí seleccione su canal de idioma. La opción de menú parece un globo terráqueo.
If you joined by phone, please select the three dots in the menu, select language interpretation, select your language, and click Finish. It is important to select Finish in order to save the setting completely.
Si se unió por teléfono, seleccione los tres puntos en el menú. Seleccione la interpretación de idioma y ahí el idioma en el que desea escuchar. Haga también clic en Finalizar. Es importante hacer clic en Finalizar para guardar la configuración por completo.
The directions are also on the screen and in the chat for you to follow if you prefer visual instructions.
Las instrucciones también están en la pantalla y en el chat para que las sigas si prefiere instrucciones visuales.
We will give everyone a moment to choose a channel, and if you're having any issues, please let us know in the Q&A in either Spanish or in English.
Ahora les daremos a todos un momento para elegir un canal. Si tienen algún problema, pueden hacérnoslo saber tanto en la sección de preguntas y respuestas o en el chat, y pueden escribir en inglés o en español.
Thank you so much to our interpreters, Carmen and Gabby, for providing their services today. We are recording the entire summit in both Spanish and English, and you are welcome to enter questions and comments in either language throughout the day. If you would like captions or need to use them, you can access the closed captioning by selecting Show Captions from the Captions option in your Zoom menu bar. To adjust the size of the captions, select Caption Settings from the same menu. To change the language of your captions, select My Caption Language and select your desired language. Today, I am joined by the entire Cleary Center team to make today possible. Behind the scenes, Megan will be monitoring the sessions to make sure everything runs smoothly. If you run into any issues or technical difficulties, please reach out to her using the question and answer function, and she will get your issue taken care of. You will also find a link that Kristen is placing into the chat that you can click to view the agenda and biographies for all of the speakers throughout the summit. If you have questions during the sessions, please ask them using the question and answer function on your toolbar. To help us select which questions are most important to you, we ask that you upvote questions you would like answered. We may not always be able to get to questions because our time together is limited. We will have breaks scheduled throughout the day in order to give you time to get up and move about. But I also want to take a moment to note that many of the topics we will talk about today involve crimes of interpersonal violence. We want to encourage you to please do what you need to in order to take care of yourself, as we know that these topics may hit close to home for many of you today. With that, I would like to introduce our new Executive Director, Bob Alig. As Executive Director, Bob leads the strategic vision of the organization and works with legislatures, ally organizations, and campus leaders across the country to improve policies and raise awareness about key safety issues that college students face. Welcome, Bob.
Thank you so much, Paul. It's terrific to be here, and I'm grateful to you and the entire team. On behalf of my entire Cleary Center team, I am very grateful to warmly welcome you to this very special session. 35 years of the Cleary Act. Honoring the past, strengthening the future. Today, we come together as a community of professionals, educators, advocates, and leaders in campus safety. We're here to mark an important milestone. 35 years since the Cleary Act was signed into law, and to reflect on the enduring impact of that legislation on our campuses, our students, and our shared commitment to transparency, accountability, and safety in higher education. But more than that, we're here to honor the human stories behind this critical work. The Cleary Act was born from tragedy. In 1986, Jean Cleary, a 19-year-old student at Lehigh University, was brutally raped and murdered in her residence hall. Fueled by unimaginable loss and a deep sense of injustice, the Clearys channeled their grief into action. They fought tirelessly for a law that would require colleges and universities to disclose campus crime statistics and provide timely warnings to students. In 1990, their efforts became a reality with the signing of the Cleary Act. It was a moment that changed the landscape of campus safety forever. More than 3 decades later, the ongoing importance of this legislation was underscored by the tragic death of Gary DeVersailles Jr., whose loss catalyzed the passage of the Stop Campus Hazing Act. By making hazing a Cleary reportable offense and requiring institutions to implement prevention programs and transparency reports, this law carries forward the same mission: ensuring accountability, preventing harm, and protecting students. Today, we will journey through that legacy, not only looking back at what has been accomplished, but also looking inward to reconnect with the purpose that brought each of us to this critical work. So I want to give you some perspective on what to expect over the course of the next hour. First, we'll hear a keynote reflection from our board chair, Andy Cagnetta, who will help us remember Jean Cleary and reflect on the Cleary family's fight for justice and how their impact continues to shape our work today. Then I will walk us through a timeline of impact, highlighting the key milestones and improvements of the Cleary Act that have and brought to campus safety policy and practice over the past 35 years. I'll be joined by our board members, Gary and Julie Diversely, to discuss the most recent transformational improvements, the Stop Campus Hazing Act amendments. After that, you'll hear from one of our National Advisory Council members, Kate Fall, for a segment called Connecting with Our Why. We'll also be asking you to share your thoughts as well. These personal stories will bring the Cleary Act's goals to life as our colleagues share how this work intersects with their values, their professional journeys, and their vision for safer, more equitable campuses. Finally, we'll close with some reflections and a call to action that will invite each of us to pause, recommit, and consider the role that we each play in carrying this vital legacy forward. We will also invite you to leave your own message of thanks to Connie Cleary, who continues to be a source of inspiration for all of us. But before we begin, let us hold a moment of recognition for Jeannie, the Cleary family, and for all those whose advocacy and courage are a source of inspiration and whose advocacy and action have brought us to this point. As we reflect today, may we be reminded, this work is not just about compliance. It's about promise to our students, our communities, and to one another that safety, dignity, and transparency matter. With that, let's begin. I'm really pleased to introduce our Cleary Center's board chair and Jean Cleary's friend, Andy Cagnetta.
Thanks, Bob. I want to thank everybody for coming today. Really appreciate it. Thank you, Bob, for your leadership. I want to take my first thank you to the Cleary Center staff. They do such an amazing job of putting this together every year and all the work that they do all year round to support the industry. I really thank you. And of course, to my fellow board members who volunteer their time to put their hearts and souls into what we're doing here. And so I just want to give you a little bit of background about how I got involved. 40 years ago, this year, Jeannie came to Lehigh University as a freshman. I met her in those first few days. Her roommate and my best friend started dating immediately. They knew each other from high school. And by the way, they're still married today with 3 kids, and I'm still best friends with them. But meeting Jeannie, she was unforgettable. And we kind of wound up being each other's plus one on several different occasions and events. And, meeting Jeannie, it wasn't just the blonde hair and blue-eyed typical girl that you would meet. Jeannie was not a delicate, timid, reserved student that you would expect to come from a private school setting. She was definitely a tomboy. She had a strong, gravelly voice, infectious laugh, tough, athletic, and quick to remind you that she could hold her own. I've played her in tennis and lost several times. One playful punch to the arm was all the proof you needed. She grew up in a house with two brothers, and she was certainly part of our group, and we all were together for the first semester and then into the second semester. And obviously, on that fateful night in April 1986, she was waiting for me after I returned home from a concert that I attended, and we hung out for a few hours, which brought us into the morning hours. And I kissed her goodnight, and she left our fraternity house and walked back to her dorm room. And by the next morning, you know, our world had changed forever. Police activity, we were being called down, and it was a devastating shock to everybody, and not to just her family, obviously, and her friends, but to our whole campus and to all the people that were in, involved at that time. Her parents, obviously, Connie and Howard, somehow turned this unimaginable grief into extraordinary action. And, they founded security on campus. And by the way, I didn't know Howard and Connie. Again, Jeannie was a freshman, and we hadn't gotten to know her family or her friends from back home. So we were kind of like this outparcel of people that she knew. And as Connie got going in the world, her advocacy, and we just didn't really connect with her. But, about 20 years later, I found myself still grappling with the weight of that incident and survivor's guilt and my mental health journey that I had after that. And so I sent Connie an email. This is a full 20 years later, and tried to explain the weight I carried and the feelings of guilt. And I think I hit send, and about 5 minutes later, the phone rang, and it was Connie on the other line, dismissing any thought of guilt. In fact, laughing about wanting to, give me a hug. And she said, you need to join my board. Now, if anybody's met Connie Cleary and personally worked with her, you don't say no to Connie Cleary. And so that invitation has changed my life, and I've been here for about 20 years now. And what I've learned over those years continues to humble me, is that Jean's story is not unique. While it's deeply personal, there are so many others. And the wreckage that is left behind after these incidents is not an anomaly as well. And so many others, and people obviously that we've remember well: Michael Minger, Kristen Mitchell, and of course Gary Diversley, who you'll be hearing from his parents. Their parents have joined our board over the years, and each family added their story, their heartbreak, and their resolve to add to this. And much like Gary and Julie have done, which we'll be hearing about, amazing work. And here we are 35 years later, and the Clery Act is obviously the cornerstone of campus safety. And because of this work, I know that countless lives have been protected, and students and parents and educators have all benefited from the transparency and the prevention measures that we all continue to fight for. And yet our mission is not finished. Too many students still face violence, and too many families still suffer unimaginable loss or harm. So I still carry Jean's memory with me, and not as a burden of the past anymore, but as a call to action for the future. And that's why I took on this role as chairman. So to every educator that's here, the advocates, thank you. Your presence means so much to Gene's legacy, to the legacy of so many others, and they will continue to benefit from all of our work. And, let's not just remember them, but let's dedicate ourselves to progress. Thanks, Bob. Thanks for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Andy, and we're incredibly grateful for your leadership and also for sharing Gene with us. As we know, the Clery Act has evolved in response to real events on campuses, tragedies, advocacy, and the drive to keep students safe. From early reporting laws in Pennsylvania to the recent Stop Campus Hazing Act amendments to the Clery Act, each change reflects lessons learned and lives impacted. Today, we'll trace that history from Gene Cleary to Virginia Tech to the tireless work of families like Gary and Julie Diversely, showing how these laws shape campus safety, accountability, and prevention. Serving as the basis for the Clery Act, Pennsylvania's College and University Security Act requires Pennsylvania institutions of higher education to report crime statistics and to provide descriptions of safety. Whoops, sorry. Getting ahead of myself here. Descriptions of safety and security policies, as well as maintain an open crime log. As early as 1990, when it was first signed into law, and in the 1992 amendments, we saw the foundation of what the Clery Act is today, particularly required policies for things like reporting crimes and other emergencies, and security and access, the disclosure of crime statistics, and timely warnings. The Campus Sexual Assault Victims Bill of Rights afforded basic rights to victims of sexual assault, such as support in notifying law enforcement agencies and information on counseling, as well as the right to have others present in disciplinary proceedings and access to academic and living accommodations. In 1998, the law was renamed in honor of Gene Cleary, and the amendment eliminated loopholes, mandated daily Security Department crime logs, expanded reporting requirements to include statistics for certain off-campus areas, and addressed hate crime reporting. 2007 was the incredible tragedy at Virginia Tech, and campuses everywhere wondered whether they had structures in place to respond to such a threat in their own communities. The Clery Act amendments expanded emergency response and notification provisions and expanded hate crime reporting. The result was more accurate reporting of the harm of bias-motivated crimes and ultimately the continued professionalization of campus public safety. Our colleges and universities are better prepared for emergencies than some other communities as a result of the policies they've so carefully crafted and the tests they do to prepare for the unthinkable. A separate but related bill was passed during this period as well, the Campus Fire Safety Right to Know Act, designed to gain a more accurate and defined picture of how fire affects campuses across the United States. This bill was introduced in the early 2000s and finally passed due to the advocacy of former board member Gail Minger, whose son Michael was killed in an arson fire. as well as other dedicated parents and legislators pushing for additional transparency regarding fire safety. After the 2008 amendments, there became a national focus on campus response to sexual assault. Survivors spoke about their experiences on campus, trying to access support resources, and participating in disciplinary processes on campus. Their advocacy, as well as campus tragedies where students continue to be harmed by dating violence, domestic violence, sexual assault, and stalking, led to change in how many institutions worked to prevent and respond to these crimes, and most significantly, the Violence Against Women Act's amendments to the Clery Act itself. These requirements lay the foundation for effective campus prevention and response to these crimes, and ensure that both students and employees are afforded protections under the Act. A key piece of the amendments is their focus on prevention and education. Colleges and universities are now required to provide ongoing prevention awareness programs for both students and employees. These programs emphasize understanding consent, building healthy relationships, and empowering bystanders to take action. This shifted the work from being purely reactive to being proactive, investing in prevention as much as in response. These amendments also strengthened protections for survivors. Institutions must now provide survivors with a clear, written explanation of their rights and options. They must ensure access to accommodations and protective measures, and they must offer disciplinary processes that are fair, impartial, and transparent. Transparency and accountability are central themes as well. Schools are required to include detailed descriptions of their policies, procedures, and educational programs in their annual security reports. The goal is to ensure that campus communities have clear and accessible information about how institutions are addressing these critical issues. It's also important to connect this to Title IX, particularly the 2020 regulations. The VAWA amendments to the Clery Act focus on prevention, transparency, and survivor support. Title IX, by contrast, sets out the legal framework for responding to sex discrimination and sexual harassment, and the 2020 regulations specifically emphasized structured grievance procedures and aligned prohibitive behaviors with Clery Act definitions for dating violence, domestic violence, sexual assault, and stalking. Institutions must navigate both of these frameworks at the same time, balancing compliance while also fostering safe and equitable environments. Together, the Clery Act and Title IX create a dual responsibility for colleges and universities to support survivors and to ensure fairness in adjudication. Both are essential pieces of creating campus cultures of safety, equity, and accountability. Finally, late last year, the Stop Campus Hazing Act was signed into law, an evolution of the Report and Educate About Campus Hazing Act, which is also called the REACH Act, first introduced in July 2017. The Stop Campus Hazing Act amended the Clery Act, renaming it the Jean Clery Campus Safety Act, and makes hazing a Clery reportable offense that must be included in an institution's annual security report, requires hazing policies and prevention programs and requires institutions to biannually publish a transparency report to share information on organizations found responsible for hazing on campus. We are very lucky to have two board members, Gary and Julie Diversely, who were the heart of getting this critical legislation passed. Their son, Gary Jr., was a son, brother, friend, and mentor to many, whose life was cut short due to hazing. His death was preventable, and the pain of his loss became a catalyst for change. They are tireless advocates for research-informed hazing prevention and spent countless hours on the Hill talking to lawmakers, keeping Gary Jr.'s memory alive through a determined effort to ensure that other students would be spared. As a result of their efforts, we've been able to spend this year working with all of you as you develop policies and programs to comply with these new requirements. We hope you'll join us on September 25th during National Hazing Awareness Week for the free webinar, Preventing Hazing, Protecting Students. In this webinar, we will explore the realities of hazing today, its definitions, prevalence, and dangers. We will cover key requirements of the Stop Campus Hazing Act, updates on campus violence, and we will share practical strategies for investigating hazing, whether by law enforcement or within institutional disciplinary processes. By shedding light on this often misunderstood issue, we can better equip ourselves to prevent and address hazing effectively. Within weeks of beginning my role as executive director, I had the privilege to personally meet with Mrs. Connie Cleary. It was important for me to hear from her who Jean was. Our work to keep campuses safe is ultimately about honoring her memory. Today, Connie sees that legacy continuing in this new legislation, like the Stop Campus Hazing Act amendments to the Cleary Act. Gary and Julie Diversely traveled from their home in Los Angeles to meet me in late July, and I got to hear firsthand about their family, especially their son, Gary Jr. Over the past few months, we've transitioned from policymaking to actual implementation of the Stop Campus Hazing Act in collaboration with our higher ed partners across the country and in honor of Gary Diversely Jr. With that in mind, I'm pleased to introduce you to Gary and Julie Diversely to share more with you about why this matters so deeply to them and their family.
Good morning. I'd just like to start by saying thank you for all of you who are attending this seminar, for the work that you do for protecting our sons and daughters on campuses. I'd like to tell you a little bit about Gary Jr. He was our oldest son, and he was born and raised in Long Beach, California, a product of the great 5.62, as he would say. He was a left-handed pitcher and first baseman who really, truly loved the game of baseball. We can't express how proud we were of him. He was smart, caring, and a very thoughtful young man. The kind of boy that other parents wanted their children to be friends with. 20 years ago, Gary was a senior in high school, applying for colleges and planning for his future.
Gary was driven to succeed. He knew what he wanted to do for a career early on in his high school. Gary Jr. was going to be a general manager of a professional baseball team. He set goals and made a plan to achieve his dream. Flying across the country to attend school at Rider University in New Jersey was a part of his plan. Once there, Gary found out he could stay an additional year and earn his MBA. True to Gary's nature, he found other like-minded freshmen and he formed Team MBA. With an internship set up for the summer with the Long Beach Armada, at that time a part of a Golden Glove baseball professional team, Gary was on his way to achieving his dream.
At the start of the spring. Oh, I somehow turned, pardon me, I somehow turned my video off.
Know where you went.
Oh, okay. Well, but at the start of the spring semester, Gary asked us for permission to join a fraternity. He was 18 and didn't need to, but that was the kind of relationship that we had with him. Hazing was a concern of ours and of his. When the possibility of being hazed was brought up, Gary was confident that hazing wasn't a problem at Rider. The university had participated in Hazing Awareness Week, and it was a felony in New Jersey, just like it is in California. We did research really hoping to find a reason to say no, but we couldn't find anything. Then on March 30th of 2007, our world was shattered. Gary Jr. died as a result of a fraternity hazing ritual, and the pain of losing him never goes away. We try to focus on the happy memories of him with our family, playing baseball, being a wonderful big brother, and his quiet, steadfast determination. But the emptiness left by his passing doesn't go away. Over the years, we've been left to grapple with the heartbreaking question, what could we have done differently?
After we had taken Gary Jr. off of life support and returned to our home, we took an even deeper dive into researching hazing issues to see what we had missed. We found we hadn't missed anything. There wasn't any information to find. We as a society are failing to protect our most precious resources, our sons and daughters. In the aftermath of Gary Jr.'s death, we knew there were necessary changes that needed to be done to address this. We started at Rider University with over 20 precedent-setting non-monetary demands, things that should have been in place to protect our son prior to him going there almost 20 years ago, many of which are now included in the Stop Campus Hazing Act.
So after that, we turned our focus to addressing this on a national level with federal anti-hazing legislation. We wanted it to include an education component, a definition for hazing, and a reporting piece. Early in our journey, we began conversations with the Cleary Center and quickly realized that our mission was aligned with theirs. In 2014, we joined the board, created the award-winning film We Don't Haze, and we began walking the Hill to spread the message of the need for federal anti-hazing legislation.
Fast forward to 2017, we flew to Washington, D.C. to speak at the introduction of the Report and Educate About Campus Hazing Act under the 115th Congress. We traveled to Washington, D.C. with our Cleary team year after year after year, often multiple times per year, to advocate for its passage. Over the years, we grew our team to include other parents whose sons and daughters had been tragically harmed or killed from campus hazings. After several reintroductions under the 118th Congress, REACH was introduced as the Stop Campus Hazing Act and finally signed into law on December 23rd, 2024.
So this is why we have committed ourselves to advocating for change. We've collaborated with the national organization Cleary Center and Stop Hazing to create educational resources to combat hazing. But we also knew that federal legislation was essential to bring about meaningful and sustainable change. Beginning a decade ago, we walked the halls of Congress sharing our story and advocating for common sense legislation to protect our children.
And now our work has just begun. We need all of you to help us in the implementation of the Stop Campus Hazing Act. It's so important to know the true depth of hazing on our campuses. And this is what's going to be transforming this culture that's been rampant for decades upon decades upon decades. With the federal definition, hazing will now be identified through the same lens by all higher education institutions, providing ongoing evidence-informed education to all students, staff, campus safety officers, coaches, and more, focuses on creating awareness and prevention of hazing. No more checking the box. Including hazing as a clearly reportable crime in institutions' annual security report and posting twice a year details of organizations found to have incidents of hazing on their website provides accountability and transparency. All of the things that we looked for almost 19 years ago, things that if they had been in place before Gary Jr. went away to college, he'd be alive today and we wouldn't be here needing to do this. Please join us in implementing this bill so that we can create that change and transform that culture.
Thank you so, so much, Gary and Julie. And your leadership has just been incredible. And we're very, very grateful for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I know this work is also personal for many of you. We encourage you to take some time to connect with your own why. With us today is one of our National Advisory Council members, Kate Fall, the compliance coordinator at Lansing Community College, who is going to share some information about the personal and professional experiences that have shaped her commitment to campus safety and how the goals of the Clery Act align with that commitment and the larger goals of building transparency and accountability. Thank you so much for joining us, Kate.
Hi, thanks. As Bob said, my name's Kate Fall. I'm the compliance coordinator at Lansing Community College in Lansing, Michigan. Over the last 20 years, I've had the opportunity to serve in several roles in higher education, athletics, Veterans Affairs, admissions, and now compliance. While each position's been different, there's been a common thread, and that's campus safety. Campus safety matters to me for both personal and professional reasons. Like many of us, those reasons shift over time. Today, my biggest reason is my family. My oldest child will be heading off to college next year. Most of the schools he's considering are across the country. Like any parent, I want to know that when I send him out into the world, he's going to be in a safe environment where he can succeed. On every campus visit, I ask questions of admissions counselors. I seek out the annual security report. That lens, as both a parent and a higher ed professional, has been eye-opening. One professional moment in particular shaped the way that I now think about safety and security in higher education. A few years ago, while I was working as an admissions counselor at a private university in a small town, I was leading a campus tour for prospective students and their families. In the middle of the tour, a parent quietly pulled me aside and started asking me questions that I had never heard before as an admissions counselor. Were our campus safety officers just security guards, or were they real police? Were they armed? How quickly could local law enforcement respond in an emergency? I did my best to answer questions, but I promised to connect her with our safety and security office for more details. She grew emotional and she apologized for pressing so hard. She then explained. Her daughter was a student at Oxford High School and was present during a mass shooting just a year ago. In that moment, my perspective shifted. I couldn't imagine the courage it took for her to prepare to send her child away so soon after that traumatic experience. From then on, I began to look at my work not only through the eyes of prospective students, but through the eyes of their parents, their loved ones, and especially through the eyes of those who had real lived experiences that made safety their top concern. That perspective carries into my work in compliance. My role is to make sure that our institution, and more importantly, our people, understand the importance of the regulations that we're required to follow, including the Clery Act and the Stop Campus Hazing Act. In our office, we approach compliance not as a checklist or a burden, but as a collaborative effort. No campus is perfect in their compliance, but we can create a culture where staff and faculty feel comfortable raising concerns, asking questions, working together on solutions without fear of blame. At its core, the Clery Act isn't just about numbers or reports. It's about ensuring that students, parents, and employees have the information that they need to make informed decisions, to access resources, and to feel confident in the environment where they live and learn. What might seem like red tape or regulatory hurdles is really a framework designed to keep our communities safer and more transparent. For me, it always comes back to that mother that I met on the campus tour, to families like mine who are preparing to send a child across the country, and to the countless students and their families who step onto our campuses every fall. They deserve to know that we're doing everything we can to keep them safe. And that, ultimately, is why compliance and campus safety matter so much to me.
Thank you so much, Kate. That's terrific. I'm really grateful. Now, we would love to hear from all of you. We're going to share a question aloud and in the chat. Please take a moment to answer the question in the chat. How do your experiences connect to the safe campus you want to see? Very much like Kate just answered for us. So please put your responses in the chat and make it possible for all of us to learn from your own personal stories, your connection to this really critical work. We'll wait just a moment for people to add to the chat. Thank you, Paul. Excellent. Accountability, so important. Thank you. please keep contributing, and that I will also share with you. We've mentioned that this work is personal, and it's personal for me as well. My adult daughter was raped by a healthcare provider in her apartment. While it didn't happen on a college campus, I experienced the impact not only of her horrific assault, but also the nearly 3 years that she navigated the judicial process. All she wanted to do was to make sure that no one else had to suffer what she endured. As someone who has spent decades in higher education, I also have a personal passion for higher education access and equity. And I know that for students to truly thrive on campus, they must be safe. As we come to the close of today's session, I want to take a few minutes to reflect on what we've experienced together, and more importantly, what we take forward. This wasn't just a celebration of a law or a date on a timeline. It was a reminder of why the Clery Act exists and what it continues to represent 35 years later. We began with Jean Clery's story, a story that should never have had to be told. But in the wake of tragedy, we witnessed the extraordinary strength of Connie and Howard Clery, who refused to let Jean's death be in vain. Their advocacy created a path toward greater transparency, accountability, and ultimately safer campuses for all students. Thanks to their efforts and the efforts of so many of you in this virtual room, the Clery Act has become more than policy. It's a powerful tool for equity, justice, and prevention. We saw that clearly in the timeline of impact, the progress we've made over the past 35 years through legislation, policy improvements, and campus-based innovation that many of you have led. We've grown from basic reporting requirements to an ecosystem of campus safety that includes timely warnings, support for survivors, prevention programs, and a culture of shared responsibility, not simply compliance. But we also know this work is far from finished. What brought that home most powerfully today was hearing from the Diversalees, you all, and Kate, our National Advisory Council member. You reminded us that behind every data point, every annual security report, and every timely warning, there is a student, a survivor, a colleague, a community. And each of us plays a role in making sure that student or community has the information, the support, and the safety they deserve. We can't accept anything less. We are also reminded of the impact of Gary Diversalee Jr., whose life was tragically cut short due to hazing. Thanks to the tireless advocacy of his parents, Gary and Julie Diversalee, the Stop Campus Hazing Act became law. Their work leaves a lasting legacy of safety for all students. Again, we hope you'll join us on September 25th during National Hazing Awareness Week for the free webinar, Preventing Hazing, Protecting Students. So, as we close this session, I want to invite all of us to pause just for a moment. Take a deep breath. Think back to what brought you to this work. Maybe it was a moment on your own campus, a student who shared their story, a crisis that changed your perspective, a sense that things should be better, and that you had the ability to help, to make a difference. Whatever your reason, this is the moment to reconnect with it. We invite you now to make a brief personal commitment. I will. Maybe it's, I will speak up when I see a gap in reporting. I will mentor the next generation of Clery professionals. I will center students in every decision I make. Whatever it is, write it down, say it out loud, share it with a colleague, carry it forward from today. And finally, we want to send a very special thank you to someone whose presence continues to guide this incredibly important work, Connie Clery. Connie, your courage, your advocacy, and your love for Jean have transformed countless lives. We are grateful and we are committed to continuing what you started. To everyone here, we invite you to sign a virtual card to Connie and leave her a message of thanks and reflection. You can find the QR code on the screen here, or you can also access it live using the link in the chat. To each of you, thank you for showing up today, for being present, for engaging, for doing the hard, often invisible work, and for helping build campuses where safety and truth are absolutely non-negotiable. The Clery Act's legacy is not just in what has changed. It's the people like all of you who keep choosing to live out its purpose. Thank you. I'm incredibly grateful. Now we're going to give you some time and to take a break and send your thank you before we go into our next session. And enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I am very pleased to introduce to you today the session sponsors from the International Ombuds Association. They are good colleagues of mine. We've had the pleasure of working with them before. I'm pleased to introduce you to Ellen Miller, the Executive Director of the International Ombuds Association. She advocates and lobbies on behalf of the organization and provides technical assistance during times of change or concern. And Sarah Clapper, I always forget. I apologize. I should have confirmed that with you. Is the immediate past president and is a university ombuds person at Northwestern University. She is the former chair of their advocacy committee and also lobbies on behalf of their association. Up to you. Take it away.
Thanks so much, Paul. We're honored again to partner with the Cleary Center and to support this important summit. As Paul mentioned, my name is Ellen Miller, and I'm the Executive Director of IOA. And I'm so happy that our former immediate past president, Sarah Clapper, is joining us today. And as Paul said, she's the University Ombudsperson at Northwestern University. We're pleased to be here to introduce Dr. Dax Boatwright, Assistant Director of Student Conduct and Conflict Resolution at Florida Atlantic University, and also to share a little bit about ombuds. You may have heard the word ombuds, but may not know how they fit into your campus ecosystem or how they may relate to this upcoming session. Ombuds are a critical and impartial component to any broader conflict management system. They help organizations mitigate risk by creating a confidential and informal option for students or faculty or staff, depending on the university or college, to safely raise concerns, navigate conflict, and manage change. But it is because we are confidential and an off-the-record resource that we are able to learn about issues that typically would not surface on their own. So how do we fit into the conflict management system at your college or university? Ombuds who comply with standards of practice create a safe space for someone who needs to unpack an issue or concern. They demystify policies, as it can be confusing, especially for students, to know where to start. Empower those who come to see them using a variety of conflict resolution skills, techniques, and trainings. Strengthen the conflict management system by increasing trust in the system. Complement formal channels like HR, compliance, safety, and legal, and support threat assessment teams, and work behind the scenes during times of heightened alert.
Equally important, it's what ombuds do not do. We do not conduct investigations. We also do not institute corrective measures or have significant responsibility for student activities. Because we're independent and confidential, we do not act as an office of notice. And this is addressed on our websites, in each of our meetings, and all of our publicity materials. We don't use confidentiality as a shield. Rather, we use it as a tool to help organizations identify areas that they need to have bolstered or changed. Every day, students come to meet with me to share their concerns. Some of their concerns are about fear of not understanding what happens when they think they may want to file a complaint, a formal complaint. So we spend time going over that and without putting the organization on notice. Sometimes I walk them to your offices or to the Title IX office. Sometimes their concern is around a conflict with a fellow student, a professor, or a student organization. So I coach them on how to address it in a healthy and constructive way that helps all involved. Sometimes I work behind the scenes, and sometimes I'm given permission by the student to raise the concern directly with you. I also work very closely with HR, General Counsel's Office, the Dean of Students, Student Services, and campus safety offices. We all are in service to our organizations. And although we do our work differently, our goal is the same, to help our organizations respond where response is needed and be focused on their mission. Florida Atlantic University is so fortunate to have multiple offices providing resources and services to stakeholders. In addition to the Student Conduct and Conflict Resolution Office, they also have an Ombuds office. And now we will turn it over to Dr. Boatwright, who will talk about conflict management, a model for addressing conflict in a university community. Thank you.
All right, well, hello, everyone. Thank you so much to the International Ombuds Association for taking the opportunity to sponsor the session as well as introduce me. And thank you so much to the Cleary Center as well. Thank you for the work that you continue to do tirelessly to help folks understand what safety actually means on campuses. So for everyone in attendance, I am Dr. Dax Boatwright. Again, today's session is called Conflict Management, a model for addressing conflict in the university community. So my goal is to show you how conflict isn't just something we fix, rather it's an opportunity to help students grow, connect, and succeed. So here's the roadmap that we'll follow together for today's session. We'll start with the difference between conflict resolution and conflict management. Next, we'll then connect the theories that ground this work, specifically when it comes to Chickering, Tinto, and Budd and Colvin. From there, I'll walk you through my Boatwright conflict management model. And then we'll actually look at student data from pre and post test to see what is actually working. We'll connect the program to compliance requirements like the Stop Campus Hazing Act. And then we'll finish up with takeaways that you can use on your campuses should you choose to do so. Okay, so let's start with a distinction. Conflict resolution is about ending a dispute quickly. Think of it as putting out a fire. Conflict management is a little bit more broader. It's about giving students the skills to handle conflict constructively, no matter where it shows up in your campus community. On any college campus, conflict is a part of daily life. Roommates, group projects, leadership roles. Conflict management makes more sense when you think about these areas. So it transforms conflict into a tool for learning and growth. So my model isn't built in isolation. Rather, it's grounded in theoretical research. Chickering frames conflict as a developmental challenge. Instead of something to fear, it's a chance for growth. Equally, Tinto examines that belonging and social integration are key to retention. If conflict pushes students away, they're less likely to stay. But if conflict is handled well, it strengthens integration within the campus community. I also adapted the dispute resolution framework for Budd and Colvin by reimagining 3 principles for effective programming in a higher education setting. First is efficiency, which focuses on campus resources. Second, equity. So by making this institutional resource available to the entire university community. Lastly, third, the voice, which promotes student engagement and making sure they're not regulated to just being passive learners. These theories lay the foundation for my model. So before we dive into specific content, I wanted to start with 3 pre-test questions that I typically ask students through Mentimeter. Students typically scan a QR code with their cell phones and interact with my presentation or programming in real time, promoting consistent student engagement. The first pre-test question asks, Which campus offices can support you if you experience conflict? The pretest results showed many students struggled with this. They didn't know which resources were available. However, that's also important because if you don't know where to go, you're far less likely to ask for help. The second pretest question was, what do we call the ability to recognize, understand, and manage your own emotions and your interactions with others in a conflict? So, of course, the answer is emotional intelligence. On the pretest, fewer than half of the students who took this training got this right. So that tells me emotional intelligence is a concept students have heard about, but don't fully understand or apply yet. It also presents itself as a growth opportunity in order to train students on what it means to actually be emotionally intelligent. The third pretest question asks, which conflict management style is focused on a win-win outcome? So the correct answer is collaboration. So about half of these students answered the question correctly, but many confuse collaboration with compromise. So I know right away, this is an area where real learning needs to happen. So that leads us to the conflict management model that I have created. So at Florida Atlantic University, I do serve as a student conduct administrator in the Office of Student Conduct and Conflict Resolution. However, our office does not have the time, training, or capacity to effectively resolve conflict at the student level. As a response to that, this framework was designed to help students learn proactive ways to address conflict at their level, while within the confines of a university community with faculty and staff support. As such, my model has 6 following steps. Number one is the student experience, followed by number 2, which is a sense of belonging. 3 is stress. 4 is emotional intelligence. 5 is conflict management styles. And 6 is de-escalation techniques. So the model is intentional in how it's structured. The first 3 steps, the student experience, sense of belonging, and stress, are the psychosocial foundation of the model. They capture the context students bring into conflict. The last 3 steps, emotional intelligence, conflict management styles, and de-escalation techniques, are the strategies and skill development components of this model. They give students concrete tools to use. By combining the psychosocial factors with skill development opportunities, this model positions conflict as a developmental process, something that can shape students in positive and lasting ways. So we begin with the student experience, because everything else in my model builds on that. The student experience has 4 major dimensions. First is navigation. So that's learning to move through the systems of college, from financial aid to course registration. Next is academics, which is not just grades related, but really figuring out how to meet expectations and to keep progressing. Next is involvement, where students connect, join organizations, and form relationships. And then lastly is wellness. So we're talking about the physical and mental health of our students. which underpins their success while they're enrolled. Conflict can emerge in any one of these areas or all of these areas. But here's the nuance. When students are equipped with conflict management skills, these challenges stop being roadblocks and start becoming growth opportunities. So, during the training, I asked student leaders about their overall experience. They're given the option to choose from great, good, is fair, or it could be better. From those results, 70% of student leaders report a good or great student experience at our institution. 30% said their experience up to this point has been less positive. That 30% matters. It tells us that there are students navigating this campus who don't feel supported or connected. Conflict management skills can help turn those less positive experiences into chances to engage and succeed in our university community. Step 2 is sense of belonging. Sense of belonging is about feeling valued, accepted, and connected to the university community. Here's where conflict comes in. Poorly handled conflict pushes students away and deepens feelings of isolation. Well-handled conflict actually strengthens belonging by building trust and resilience in relationships. So belonging isn't just a nice to have. Rather, in this model, it is a critical aspect for retention, persistence, and overall student success. So, when I asked students about belonging, they had an opportunity to rate from 1 to 5 how they felt about the statements on the left-hand side of your screen. Scores of 1, 2, and 3 were consolidated, which are in gray. And they represent low to neutral scores. 4, which is coded in blue, represents a positive score. And 5, which is coded in red, represents a very positive score. As you can see, the results split right down the middle. Roughly 50% said they feel they have a strong sense of belonging, which is representative of those 4 and 5 scores that you see. In addition, 50% reported low to neutral scores. This is also seen, in my view, as another growth opportunity that's available on our campus. When half of our students don't feel like they have a strong sense of belonging, conflict management training can be a direct intervention to help close that gap. All right, so step 3 is stress. Stress is part of every student's life, but how it's managed makes the difference between growth and burnout. Stress shows up in 4 main ways based on my interactions with students at this institution. First is academics. So we're talking about assignments, exams, deadlines, things of that nature. Next is finances. So that deals with tuition, housing cost, and even travel costs to come to campus. After that is also time management. So we're talking about the ability to balance work and school. And then lastly, decision making. So students are asking questions like, do I take on leadership roles? Or do I get involved on campus? If students don't have tools for handling success, it often escalates into conflict. With the right tools, however, stress can be reframed as a motivator and a learning opportunity while they're here. So when I measured for stress, students had the opportunity to rank what causes them the most stress during their college experience to what causes them the least amount of stress. The results show that 40% of students named time management as their top stressor. Time management being a top issue isn't surprising because it touches everything else and reinforces why conflict management has to start with understanding the pressures students are under. So let's pause and review the first 3 steps of the model. So again, number 1 is student experience, followed by sense of belonging. And then step 3 is stress. All together, these represent the psychosocial foundation of the model. They remind all of us that conflict doesn't happen in a vacuum. It happens in the context of students' lives, their experience, their connections, and their stressors. If we ignore those, we can't help them manage conflict effectively. However, by having this information, enables us to respond in ways that are going to be proactive for their student experience. Okay. Moving on to step 4, that is emotional intelligence. This is where we shift from the psychosocial foundation into the skills development portion of my model that students can actually practice. Emotional intelligence has 4 components, which I decided to categorize into 2 main areas. Internal emotional intelligence encompasses self-awareness and self-management. This is about understanding your emotions and controlling how you react. It is a great resource for you to understand your internal emotional intelligence as a student in college. That follows up with external emotional intelligence, which encompasses social awareness and relationship management. So this is about recognizing emotions in others and building healthy, productive interactions while you matriculate through your degree programs through higher education. I would qualify it in this way. Internal emotional intelligence helps you manage yourself, and external emotional intelligence helps you connect with others. Together, emotional intelligence becomes the bridge between understanding conflict and acting on it constructively. So I measured the internal emotional intelligence of our students. Things like recognizing your emotions and managing your responses. 59% of students showed strong internal emotional intelligence. They were tested across 3 scenarios that are on the left side of the slide. Those are empathy with others, recognizing social cues. Oh, I'm sorry, wait. No, that's correct. And adaptability. Telling us most students are reasonably good at checking in with themselves and managing their reactions, but there's still room to grow. Okay. I might be missing a slide. That's okay. This slide is actually dealing with external emotional intelligence. So we're talking about social awareness and relationship management. When measured for that, using the same criteria, 72% of students scored strong in the external emotional intelligence category. So they worked through scenarios, talking about how well they could actually read others and manage interactions in their social environment. Again, they were tested on a score of 0 to 10, and they were able to rate themselves on how well they actually were able to respond to these scenarios. Interestingly, students performed even better on the external emotional intelligence. So it suggests it may be quicker they have the capacity to tune into others rather than themselves, which is an important insight that we can actually utilize in helping students actually understand how to manage conflict during their college experience. Okay, so step 5 is conflict management styles. Students often default to either 1 or 2 specific conflict management styles, but during the training, we wanted them to be aware of all 5, according to the research literature. So number 1 is to accommodate. That means giving in to maintain harmony within your space. Second is compromise. That is when each side gives a little bit. Third is avoidance. So we're stepping away or delaying the actual conflict. That's followed by competition. It's push for your own outcome. And then also collaboration, working together for a win-win solution. So here is the actual nuance. All of these styles are useful in the right situation. But on a college campus, with peers and communities to build, collaboration is usually the healthiest default and the one that we typically endorse students actually employ on campus. All right, so when I survey students, they had an opportunity to rank all of the available choices from their most preferred conflict management style to the least. The ranked choices are color-coded under the results, as you can see on your screen. And so the results do indicate that 57% of students strongly preferred collaboration, while many others also lean toward compromise. That's encouraging that students want to work together, but it also highlights an opportunity that we need to help them clearly differentiate between compromise and collaboration, because those are not the same thing. Step 6 is de-escalation techniques, the final step of the model. So here we talk about skills that prevent conflicts from spiraling out of control. The 4 core areas that we endorse students actually incorporate within their experience are active listening. So that's really hearing what the other person is trying to say. Next, open body language, showing approachability instead of just defensiveness when you're engaged in a conversation or conflict or disagreement with someone else. Using I statements, keeping the focus on your perspective while not blaming others in the situation. And then lastly, providing space. So giving people time to speak and cool down. These techniques sound simple, but they're powerful tools that shift conflict from escalation towards a path on to resolution. So the students were given a scenario and then given multiple choice options on how to de-escalate the situation. The results clearly show that 9 in 10 students said that when faced with harmful behavior, they would be more prone to calmly speak up instead of escalating the situation, which is what we will want them to do. That tells us not only are our students learning these tools, but they're also demonstrating they have the capacity to use them in real life situations during their college experience. So to recap, steps 4 through 6 talk about emotional intelligence, conflict management styles, and de-escalation techniques. Altogether, these are the skills components of my conflict management model. If the first 3 steps were about context, the psychosocial foundation, these last 3 are about action. They give students practical tools they could carry into conflict and apply immediately. So after training, we gave students 3 post-test questions. The first one asked, which campus resources would you use if you needed emotional support during a conflict? So on the post-test, nearly 7 in 10 students, as you can see, correctly identified the offices that they could that they could actually get that assistance, which was gratifying to see. The second question dealt with emotional intelligence. So we asked the students the ability to be able to recognize their emotional intelligence in action. This time, 49% of the students correctly applied emotional intelligence to a scenario about staying calm, understanding, and maintaining relationships. And our third post-test question dealt with conflict management styles. So the final post-test question revisited this specific area, specifically on collaboration versus compromise. The results were impressive as nearly 9 in 10 students correctly identified both conflict management styles, which again was gratifying to see. So now let's compare the pre-test to the post-test. So when it comes to campus resources, the pre-test stated that many students couldn't necessarily identify the right offices that existed on our campuses in order to help students actually deal or address a conflict. On the post-test, however, after going through the training, nearly 70% applied that knowledge correctly. So that represents a clear jump from not knowing where to go, but to being confident about where to find help on campus, which again, from our perspective, is great as we can continue to collaborate together with other campus resources, other campus partners to help students address conflict while they're enrolled at our institution. Next, we're talking about emotional intelligence. So on the pre-test, we remember that fewer than half of the students actually recognized what emotional intelligence was. On the post-test, that kind of brought out to the same impact. Around 49% applied emotional intelligence holistically based on the question that we asked. So this to us does verify that there is a growth opportunity in this area to continue to help students understand and develop their emotional intelligence as they go through their degree programs, as they become more engaged on campus, as they develop as the leaders that we want them to be, that we need post-graduation. And finally, we can come to conflict management styles. So on the pre-test, only about half could identify collaboration, and many confused it with compromise when we asked that question. However, on the post-test, almost 90% answered the question correctly. So that's a major learning gain and the strongest produced by this model. So after going through conflict management training, students can now differentiate, apply, and use these conflict management styles effectively within the context of their college experience, which is gratifying to hear and demonstrates that we're actually doing a good job. All right. So let's connect the results back to theory. So Chickering reminds us conflict is a developmental challenge. So when students practice conflict management, they aren't just solving problems. They are also growing as people. Tinto focuses on retention. He says that students are more likely to stay when they feel integrated and supported. So what happens when we actually teach conflict management? Students gain growth opportunities, they build stronger relationships, and ultimately they're more likely to persist in college. And the learning gains that were offered throughout the presentation do demonstrate that as well. Conflict is not just about fixing issues. It's about a student success strategy that can be incorporated to an existing institutional strategy that not only speaks to campus safety, but also student success. So now let's look at Budd and Colvin as well. Again, remember, this was dispute resolution framework that dealt for businesses and workplaces. And what I did was adapt this framework for a higher education system, higher education context or setting. Their framework emphasizes efficiency, equity, and voice. And so based on my adaptation to a university setting, I can clearly state the following. When it comes to efficiency, our pre-test and post-test show that students now know which campus offices can support them if they need assistance in helping to address a conflict during their college experience. When it comes to equity, this model isn't just for high-risk groups. Rather, I would argue it applies to all students, any student population, giving everyone involved a chance to grow, become more knowledgeable, and further their development as college students. And also voice. So with Mentimeter and using scenarios in real-time practice, students aren't engaged as passive listeners. Rather, they're acting critically, thinking critically, and being able to reflect on the course material and being able to make effective choices about how to address conflict in a university setting. So altogether, this program takes Budd and Colvin's principles and puts them into action on campus. So to understand the student impact, I also asked for their feedback. So after the completion of each training, students were given a QR code that led to a Microsoft form, and they were asked a number of questions. So out of 177 students, 133 students completed this survey. So that is a completion rate of about 75.14%. And I asked the students about 4 key areas. First, whether the session met their expectation. Second, whether the skills and strategies were helpful. Third, whether they felt confident applying conflict management techniques. And lastly, whether the facilitation was effective and engaging. And so the next slides break down each of those results. So first, we can start with expectations. As you can see, based on the results, students were overwhelmingly, students overwhelmingly agreed the session met their expectations for learning about conflict management. And for our purposes, that is critical. Students came into the room hoping to learn real skills, and they walked out feeling those expectations were met. Second, we can talk about skills and strategies. Students strongly agree that the tools they learned, from emotional intelligence to conflict management styles to de-escalation techniques, were helpful and practical. This was consistent upon individuals who were student workers, that it could aid them while they're actually incorporating these tools during their employment responsibilities, and just for students who are on campus as well. I felt the same way. That shows that this isn't just a theory, but that students can now use these skills in real life scenarios as they continue to go through their degree programs. Third is confidence. So students reported feeling more confident applying conflict management techniques after completing this session. And that's the real goal. Not just knowing the concepts, but actually feeling ready to use them during their college experience. And finally, we're talking about facilitation. Students said that the session was delivered effectively and kept them engaged. So that tells me it wasn't just what was taught, but how it was taught that made the difference. Students stayed involved and connected throughout all of the training sessions. And they, again, had the opportunity to think critically about each of the concepts that were discussed and prompted through the conflict management model. And were able to deliver those responses in real time. And then also really see how individuals in their social environment reacted to the same material, which is really good for us to see as higher education professionals. To get all students to understand how we address conflict can help us as campus partners on how to help them navigate that conflict. And I feel that this model actually gives a great barometer, a great pathway, a great foundation to help students address that in a way that's going to be meaningful for their experience. So when we talk about connection to the Stop Campus Hazing Act, this program just does not build on student skills. It also aligns with federal compliance requirements, specifically with the Stop Campus Hazing Act. That act does call for proactive, skills-based program. And I believe our conflict management model delivers exactly that. It is theory-based. As stated earlier, it is grounded in Chicory, Tinto, an adapted dispute resolution framework from Budd and Colvin. It's also skills-focused. So it has the capacity to teach emotional intelligence, conflict management styles, and de-escalation techniques, all of which can be incorporated into the students' abilities to navigate campus and college experiences in a proactive and successful manner. And it's scalable. I can adapt it for different groups across campus. This has been done for peer advisors in the College of Engineering. It's been done for our residential assistants. It's been done for our peer educators who deal with health promotion. It's been done with orientation leaders. Since this information has gotten out, they've also had an opportunity to talk to our all-member sports club teams, which comprised around 295 students. So it can go from a large setting like that. It can also go to a small group organization like the E-Board for Latino Hispanic Associations. You know, it doesn't really matter the size of the group or the student type. Any student has capacity to understand these skills, think critically about the material, and then be able to walk away with opportunities to execute the skills that they've obtained through this training in their college experience. So this model isn't just necessarily about compliance. I would qualify it as using compliance as a catalyst for culture change on campus. So the whole idea is about creating a campus where students have the tools to support one another and resolve conflict at the student level, but to do so in a proactive manner within a accessible, and supportive learning community that offers faculty and staff support. So as we close and before we open it up to questions, should anyone have any, I want to leave you just one idea. Conflict isn't just a disruption. It is an opportunity. Handled poorly, conflict does divide us. However, handled well, conflict can connect us and enables us to grow together, and it does build stronger communities. So by equipping students with these skills, from emotional intelligence to conflict management to de-escalation techniques, we're not just helping them succeed in college, we are in fact giving them tools that they can carry for the rest of their lives. So thank you so much for your time and attention. I really appreciate you. Thank you.
Dr. Boatwright, since we do have just a little bit of extra time here, just wanted to see if we could maybe take a look at addressing some of these questions that have come in.
Sure.
We'll do a couple that we can. So I think first question that came in here was, can you share maybe a little bit more about what the training sessions with students looked like?
Absolutely. Absolutely. So for example, I can use our residential assistants as an example. So that's typically scheduled with Housing and Residential Life. It's usually incorporated into one of their overall training components that they have for RAs at our campus. And so I would come in. Training sessions usually last anywhere between 45 minutes to an hour. I do use Mentimeter. Again, Mentimeter is a cloud-based software presentation platform that allows me to give students access to my conflict management materials, and they're able to engage with the materials in real time. And basically, we do what we just did with you all, go directly through the steps. We're able to talk out anything with regards to any questions that they have about conflict management. But being able to successfully measure their skills with regards to emotional intelligence, conflict management, and de-escalation techniques is something that's really been beneficial for their development.
Thank you. That's fantastic.
Absolutely.
So, yeah. And then from just kind of my own curiosity and my own brain of things, right? So I know that, again, our terrific session sponsor today, was the International Ombuds Association, and so they had talked about these systems of support to kind of help build and provide all of these conflict resources, and so can you talk a little bit about maybe the way that this skill building kind of builds into the environment that you have at FAU or Florida Atlantic University to kind of build that supportive picture for students? Can you talk about what that looks like?
Absolutely. I've had an opportunity to really engage the university community, not only through student employers, but also going directly into the classrooms. So leadership programs. I've had an opportunity to go into some communications programs, base classes when it comes to communication and civic life. And also we've had an opportunity to use this material to create a conflict management workshop that kind of operates as a sanction for students who may violate the code of conduct on our campus. Again, it's really operates as developmental opportunities that could be beneficial for student development. We do have a number of satellite campuses, and so we do have a Jupiter campus. And so in partnership with Housing Residential Life, we were able to adopt conflict management and kind of turn it into a little bit of a social opportunity. So it's called Conflict and Chill. So conflict and chill is basically students come into the space, they learn about conflict management. Then they're giving after completing the conflict management training, they go through a team building opportunity, which is like, build a tower out of these materials that we offer. And then that is actually coupled with a Sunday bar after completing the training and the team building activity. So in essence, it is called conflict and chill. So really, it does have an opportunity to bring residential spaces together, give students an opportunity to know each other and understand how to discuss differences in ways that could be meaningful and proactive for the entire university environment. So those are just some of the ways in which conflict management has been infused into the holistic teaching apparatus that we have here at Florida Atlantic University.
Mhm. Yeah. And so I think that, feeds really well into this next question here. So are you having to advertise a lot for this program and kind of bring people in, or are you finding that students are kind of driven for this? The word that is used here do you think they are hungry for this information? Are they seeking it out?
Great question. So this is my third year actually incorporating the model. So I've really taken the last 3 years of actually trying to refine my model and things that I think could be beneficial for my university community. And so the first year and really the second year was really just a lot of door knocking, asking, can I be a part of your training sessions? Can I be a part of, the administrative functions to help your students be ready for the jobs that they're being employed with on campus. But the third year, this year, a lot of opportunities have really been coming my way. I advertise a lot of the stuff that I do on LinkedIn because I qualify Florida Atlantic as a LinkedIn heavy school. So a lot of other campus partners really started reaching out to me, thinking that conflict management could be beneficial for what they're doing in their spaces. So it allowed for a lot of collaboration. I was able to collaborate with over 20 campus partners during the last academic year. And this year, I've already collaborated with, I believe, 6 or 7, and it's only September because a lot of it was training for August as well. And really, a good insight in terms of how students are actually reacting to it is I went to our Alice Carroll Health Promotion to teach our peer administrators about conflict management. One of the peer administrators then reached out to me, and she asked if I could actually come speak to her e-board about how to deal with conflict management in her student organization. So it really provided me a gateway to another area of student life that I previously didn't have access to. Because, she is serving as president, but she really wanted to be proactive in making sure that she got off on the right foot for her presidency. And she felt that the material that I offered could enable her to do that in a more proactive way. So the answer is kind of both. There is a lot of door knocking, but also now that students understand that it is a institutional resource, they have no problem actually reaching back out to me and asking me if I can come and speak to them and provide them with the necessary information as well. And it's really been an engaging and a highly proactive experience.
Awesome. Yeah. Okay. Well, I think that we are all queued up for our next break. So I would just like to take this opportunity to thank you for spending your time with us today and talking about conflict management. I think spaces where students feel equipped to kind of work through that and adapt that, bring that forward, are places where those tough conversations stop feeling quite as scary. And can manifest places where students feel that sense of belonging, like you mentioned, and ultimately feel places where we are more accepted, feel places where we feel safer. And so I'm really glad that you got the opportunity to share your work with us this morning, or this afternoon, I guess now.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate the opportunity.
Excellent. And if anyone has any more questions about the roles that the Ombuds Office can play in the way that your community can help to build and support with building up networks to help support students as they work to navigate conflict, or anything like that, Ellen Miller has put her contact information into the chat for you all as well. And so thank you also to our great session sponsor. We are going to head into another 10-minute break. And so when we come back, we are going to have more terrific speakers for you. So don't go anywhere, maybe to take a little bit of a break and get up and walk around. So have a fantastic 10 minutes, and we'll see you soon.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back from your break. My name is Laura Egan, and I am the Interim Associate Executive Director at Cleary Center. And as a former school counselor, I'm thrilled to welcome Andrea Began and Katie Barnes from the University of Colorado at Boulder and their session that they have for you today. They are about to speak with you about a university co-responder program that they developed called the Why, How, and What Now of a University Co-Responder Program. As we know, mental health concerns continue to escalate for college students, and partnering with other campus departments enables more support to happen, not just for students in crisis, but all students, and also all professionals that are working to support those needs. So I'm really excited to hear from both of them today and would like to welcome them both to this session. Andrea and Katie, take it away. Thank you so much for being here.
Great. Thanks for having us. This is an exciting time to be able to present this. My name is Andrea Began, and I'm a licensed professional counselor. I am the co-responder clinician at the University of Boulder, Colorado, and I am employed through the Counseling Center and embedded with the police department, as we'll talk about in a little bit. I'm a crisis therapist by nature. That just seems the thing to do. So I'm happy that we can be here to present.
And my name is Katie Barnes. I am also a licensed professional counselor and the assistant director of the crisis and triage team here at the University of Colorado Boulder. As they mentioned in the chat, we will be unable to take live questions today. Although please do make a note of your questions. We love interacting with our community partners, and we will post our email addresses at the very end of our session. And we would love to hear from you with any questions you have.
So this presentation was initially created to help other police departments develop a co-responder program. And in this presentation, we're going to focus on how this program helped to create a culture of safety on CU Boulder's campus that goes beyond the police department. The program was developed as an integration of the police department and the counseling center, as we call it CAPS at CU Boulder.
Our program objectives today are to identify how to enhance a culture of campus safety through the creation of a co-responder program, to describe the benefits of collaboration between a counseling center and the campus police department to support safety and reduce risks for the campus community, and identify campus partners as stakeholders for the success of the program and collaboration on expansion resources like funding.
So in order to understand the program, it seems imperative to speak about CUPD and the Counseling Center, CUPD being the CU Police Department. So the overview is at this time, they have the capacity for 51 dual commissioned officers. Right now, as most police departments are, they're struggling to get enough, but we're hiring, so that's good. They have a detective division, a property and evidence division, a full-time 911 dispatch center that also works in conjunction with the City of Boulder's dispatch center. They are 24/7, 365 days emergency service coverage. Approximately 38,000 students are registered on the CU Boulder campus, and that typically includes the undergraduate and graduate students. We have approximately 9,000 first-year students live on campus. Oftentimes, it's up and down. 2,000 international students and faculty and staff live on campus. And embedded within the police department, we have myself, the co-responder clinician, and an embedded victim advocate.
Oops. And then on the counseling and psychiatric services side, we are a very large college counseling center, larger than most. We have over 60 employees. Most of us are clinicians, including therapists of various master's level and PhD level degrees, and psychiatric providers, including MD psychiatric providers and nurse practitioners. We also have a healthy administrative staff team as well. We have a full scope of college counseling services, including Let's Talk, which is an informal consultation with a mental health provider. We have workshops, case management and crisis services, individual and couples counseling, a slew of group counseling options, including skills and process groups and medication management. The crisis team here at CAPS is comprised of myself and 6 crisis and triage clinicians and a manager, and also Andrea. And together we provide in-person crisis support to our students in the counseling center, 24/7 phone coverage through my team during business hours, and we utilize protocol for after hours phone calls. So our students can connect with a crisis therapist 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
So CU Responder program was created to strengthen CU Boulder's culture of campus through closing the gap between CUPD contact and CAPS engagement for students experiencing a mental health or substance use crisis, establishing a baseline for collaboration between the counseling center and CUPD to enhance support of students in crisis, and providing training and consultation for CUPD officers regarding the students they encounter in a mental health or substance crisis. And classically, there's often a lot of tension between mental health providers and the police officers, and that has certainly intensified in the last 5 years. Mental health providers and officers often have different priorities and a lack of understanding of each other's roles, which contributes to a lack of trust. And sorry.
Before the co-responder program existed, it would take days, sometimes weeks, for information to get back to CAPS about students that were encountered by CUPD in the context of a mental health crisis. This is a huge area where we saw room for improvement and collaboration. Before the co-responder program existed, collaboration with CUPD was certainly present, but it was often based on individual officers' workflow and knowledge of resources. So this program really codified this collaboration between the counseling center and the police department into standard operating procedures. And we designed this program to go beyond just one person and to really improve the officer's ability to support students in their own independent interactions with students. And we'll talk a little bit more about this later on in the presentation.
Here we go. I like to jump ahead. The values of trust and shared vision and relationship building were critical in building the initial foundation of the co-responder program. And this is where we get into that there's often a lot of tension. Mental health providers and police officers often have the different priorities, as I mentioned, and the lack of understanding of each other's roles, which then contributes to the lack of trust. So CUPD, the police department, and CAPS leadership recognized this and came together to develop a shared vision for this program. From the beginning, we knew, CUPD and Counseling Center, that in order for this program to be successful, we had to establish trust with the officers. I was able to do that through providing them with trainings that would make their jobs easier and also provide them with the opportunity to train me on the topics that were more of a priority for them, like safety. Safety is a big priority for police officers. I started the program really slow, part-time over telehealth. We got iPads so the officers wouldn't have to worry about my personal safety during these encounters. We hadn't been riding together at that point, and essentially they didn't know that they wanted to protect the scene when they go to calls, but didn't know how to protect a co-responder. So they used to joke, the officers, that when if a student got upset, that at least they could throw an iPad and we'd buy a new one, but then they didn't have to worry about my safety. So we started slow. And throughout that time, I started to ride with officers a little more. I started to have more in-person interactions with different officers. And these interactions, plus the trainings I provided, I would work hard to help them recognize that this program was all about what I could do for them and how the program can help them to establish and build a rapport and buy-in for the program.
As Andrea mentioned, the initial barriers on the police side were that lack of understanding of the mental health world, a lack of buy-in, and that we especially noticed was from patrol officers, sort of the boots on the ground officers, and concerns about legal implications, especially given that this would be a non-commissioned civilian riding in their police vehicle. And the officers had big concerns about taking on responsibility for the physical safety of our co-responder. Initial barriers on the counseling and clinician side were confidentiality, specifically having to conduct therapeutic assessments and interventions within earshot of a police officer. The safety of the co-responder, obviously that was paramount on our end as well. One of the first things an officer told Andrea during one of her first shifts riding with them was that if they caught a weapons call, they would just throw her out of the car. Also, therapists are not used to leaving their offices to do assessments. We are cozy in our counseling center and we don't get out much. Also, training. Given that we were building this program from the ground up, we had to figure out what trainings would keep our co-responders safe in the field and also help her integrate into the police milieu. It was very different from the counseling center. We also had a lot of initial successes. The biggest success was, as Andrea mentioned, this full buy-in from leadership within CUPD and CAPS. We were committed to making this program work, and that really helped us overcome the initial barriers that I discussed. We did this through monthly meetings and ongoing regular communication to work out all the bumps that we encountered. So some examples of how we address some of those initial barriers that I mentioned are with confidentiality. We ultimately agreed that the officers would provide a general distance from the co-responder so that they could have a more private conversation with the individual if they determined the scene was safe. We also talked about the officers being able to redact their body camera during the review time if it contained any sensitive or potentially incriminating information. Andrea took a number of trainings to help her stay safe and understand police operations. These were things like a bystander training, scene safety trainings, police tactics, and SWAT negotiation trainings, things that normal counselors don't normally get exposed to. With all of this in mind, there was really no way for us to build this program successfully without flying the plane while we were building it. We did not know what we did not know. And I think one of our biggest strengths is our ability to partner with CUPD leadership and be very flexible and creative around problem solving throughout the life of the program. And honestly, this problem solving never stops. Still, as of this week, we are still negotiating about operational issues, like finding an officer to ride for Andrea to ride with every day that she is working. We've been really lucky to have a good dotted line collaborator over at the police department, even after that initial leadership that built the program has retired. And this has been, again, critical for the ongoing development and hopeful expansion of this program. And last, one of the biggest successes is that this program led to several opportunities for networking, information sharing, and extension of support to family and community members. And we'll talk about this more in a few minutes.
So I'm employed through the counseling center and embedded in the police department. And therefore I have the connection to working with the counseling center and also being able to refer back to the crisis triage team. And this is important because a lot of programs, they have case managers involved with their team. And so my connection with the crisis team allows for follow-up with a student that I evaluate during the time of the call or when I'm off and not working those days following the time of the call, to follow up with the student, to follow up with the hospital, and to follow up in general so that we have good continuation of care. We've seen other configurations in our networking with other co-responder programs. Sometimes there'll be employees of a police department and not be embedded with the counseling center. Sometimes at different universities, they're affiliated with an outside agency, and the outside agency then contracts with the university. This setup for us has been critical to our program because it's the only way I would have access to our electronic health records for our counseling center and also have access to the police department's records to be able to collaborate with that. I provide in-person and telehealth crisis outreach, de-escalation, and assessment. We do, throughout my notes, we do data of all of those to document, did a student need to be de-escalated? Did we need to work on how to provide outreach and all those different things? So we keep track of that. With the community partners, our jurisdiction is the campus, and our students live everywhere across the state. Collaboration for this goes both ways. We call on other programs for continuity of care, and we build relationships with them so they'll call us when they see our students. And this is another example of how I've used the angle of making sure they know that I can make their jobs easier. Oftentimes this might look like working with the other programs and getting them an appointment with our counseling center for the very next day when they're working on a safety plan. And this avoids some hospitalizations and emergency health visits. Liaison with our county and state and national co-responder programs. Liaisoning has been super beneficial for networking. And this is helpful with other campuses to build, this has been helpful with the other campuses that we've worked with to build their culture of safety through co-responder programs. This also allows me to have my finger on the pulse of the mental health landscape going on across the state and going on nationally and sometimes internationally through the counseling, the co-responder programs. I sit on the campus threat assessment teams for both faculty, staff, and students. I also work closely with the threat assessment team that's through our public safety department. And the threat assessment participation has been a really natural fit for this role. I'm often the person who's interacting or who's in acting contact with the students, faculty, and staff, and the non-affiliates that are discussed in this place. So anyone that's seen after hours or during the day that might be having a crisis situation. Also, the police see so many threat assessment cases that having the specialized training has been really helpful in supporting their work in this area, especially if there's a mental health component to that work that they're doing. So the connection between co-responder program, CAPS, crisis and triage, and threat assessment teams is integral in providing timely crisis assessment, intervention, and follow-up to students. This helps to reduce welfare checks and involuntary hospitalizations. As I discussed, I can refer back to the counseling team. I can speak with our student outreach teams, our case managers, and also work with outside co-responder teams to help them get appointments and reduce the amount that have to go to hospitalization. We notice, though, in our data that this connection and care has reduced hospitalization during police encounters by 50% when the co-responder is present. And additionally, the swing shift hours, the middle ground hours from 2 to 10 have been critical for this as well. We've been able to hand off the end of day situations from the counseling center to our student outreach case managers for further outreach and assessment by a clinician that would otherwise have needed a welfare check.
As we discussed, Andrea is obviously just one person. She cannot work 24/7. So our co-responder program does involve providing a lot of training to the officers to support their interactions with students in a mental health crisis, even when Andrea isn't present. Additionally, we have worked to build trust with the entire crisis and triage team at CAPS, so officers feel comfortable calling us if they need specialty mental health consultation outside of Andrea's normal swing shift hours. We also offer the officers protocol support, which again is our after hours clinician phone line. So they can always call and consult with a licensed clinician 24/7. And they have access to utilize other jurisdictions' co-responder teams, like the City of Boulder, if they need in-person support. Last, Andrea uses her administrative time every day to review all of the mental health and substance calls that occur between her shifts, and she offers appropriate follow-up to those students.
So there's as we discussed before, a number of trainings provided by the co-responder, myself at this time. And I provide these trainings to the police department and also to our campus partners at large. There's also some trainings we've provided to the City of Boulder and Boulder County co-responder teams as well. And I say myself, I guess also the crisis team has had the opportunity to provide some trainings for the officers so that the officers get to know who's on our counseling crisis team and then feel more comfortable when they come in as well. So you typically offer the police officers and other PD personnel, now also our public safety department personnel, during their training days and during shift briefings. The mental health hold training was created to offer an opportunity for officers to feel more comfortable with the law and standards around placing people on a mental health hold. We notice that officers are used to writing multiple page reports to justify arrests, So this training was all about helping them step out of their normal frame of reference, which is the standard of probable cause, to arrest and detain someone. And in the mental health world, we do not need to reach a probable cause standard. So instead, our holds state that the individual poses a substantial risk of harm or self to others or appears gravely disabled, which is much more subjective and also much more something that they're not used to doing. So we emphasize to the officers that when you write a hold, you are simply justifying the transportation to the hospital for further assessment. In fact, it's kind of fun because I tell them that that's just something they can write, and that's a good enough hold if they can't come up with the verbiage or the lingo. So they feel much more comfortable putting someone on a mental health hold if necessary. The mental health and substance use treatment training is to help officers understand what these diagnoses look like in the field and how they might impact their decision as they manage the crisis. One thing I talk about with them is understanding the significant mental health versus the other mental health can help be the difference between when a crisis is elevated to needing to have a further evaluation or when you really feel more safe and comfortable in safety planning in that moment, especially in the middle of the night when a lot of officers work. The resilience training is to help officers understand how to work through the crisis and take care of themselves. Aside from this training, we've been very careful as a team to avoid putting me in the position of providing mental health care to the officers, as this is mostly a student-focused role. And also for the co-responder role, I am still in eyes as to what we do on scene. And so if there's something that happens, I need to still be a bystander and report that. So that takes away our professional relationship. And so we don't want to get too integrated as far as the counseling relationship. So I stay very clear away from that, and the officers have their own counseling options. When we work with campus partners, the Nonviolent Crisis Prevention and Intervention through the Crisis Prevention Institute has been a way to help campus partners learn de-escalation skills and how to manage interactions with people who may be escalated, agitated, or appear to be struggling. And this has been well used by our campus partners. They're always excited to have it, and I'm excited to teach it because it's a really important skill to know. For the mental awareness, it helps residential advisors and hall directors understand the campus resources, how to take care of themselves as they take care of others in their res hall roles.
So as we discussed or mentioned, in the process of building, implementing, and refining our program, our relationship with campus stakeholders has been critical. We've noticed over the years that there were several stakeholders across campus that the co-responder program interacts with very frequently. These are listed here. I would say that programs that we interact the most frequently with are usually residential life and the Department of Threat Assessment and the Dean of Students office. In hindsight, we realized that it would have been very beneficial to create a stakeholder committee at the beginning of this program involving many of the key campus partners you see on this list. This became especially apparent as we started to explore options to expand the program. We wished we had a space to come together and with our campus partners and key stakeholders to both get feedback about the program and engage in ongoing discussion with our partners about benefits and areas of improvement for the program. It also, we also realized in hindsight that if we had had more stakeholders at the table for expansion discussions, we may have had more ideas, resources, and buy-in regarding program expansion than the Counseling Center has been able to achieve alone with our more siloed budget.
So when we mention outside agency collaboration, the city of Boulder is our nearest community, and we work closely with them. And I also sit on meetings, supervisor meetings with the Boulder County team once a month to talk about the different teams and how we're connected and how we're working together. We also have an in-service day, at least 2 times a year, to do trainings all together and get to know each other. The state of Colorado, I sit on a meeting with co-responder teams through the state of Colorado, and nationwide, we're working to start and create a nationwide co-responder meeting, especially for college campuses. That's been happening. It's just working on expansion of that. But early in the program, we recognized that our students are spread out in the city and county and state. And we worked really hard to develop these relationships early in the co-responder program to develop better collaboration and communication with other jurisdictions that are likely to encounter our students in crisis. These collaborations include providing trainings to and training with groups, as well as sitting on the regular meetings and committees. Mostly I've spent the most time in resources building a relationship with the group that's geographically closest, the city of Boulder, using the tactic of identifying how I can help them effectively resource the CU students that they see. So we have a number of highlights of campus engagement. I don't want to say that this is it. The program overall has been pretty successful, and we've had a number of campus partners and outside agencies say that. But these are kind of the things that we think back on and think, oh, that wasn't what we expected, but it happened. So we had an idea of what the program would be. And over the years, we've had really some unique and impactful opportunities to influence the campus culture of safety that we would not have had without the program. We would not have had without someone working with the officers and also being out in the community outside of the office setting. Here are some examples. When we talk about manifesto situations, this has been a number over the years, but officers have noticed an anecdotal increase in these over the past few years. And I've been able to help officers understand the severity of the situation, understand the mental health concepts within the received messages that we receive from groups of people, from individual people, and also recommend next steps for how to approach and communicate with these individuals. I think a lot of this is actually, in talking to the officers, has helped to build the threat assessment team as well that our Department of Public Safety has created. So that's kind of a neat opportunity that happened. With our co-responder being involved in campus events, this oftentimes when a person has been targeted by something, the co-responder has been able to address the individual or group's needs, make recommendations for substance use or mental health training for the people involved. Another example is being provided proactive after-hours support after a death in the campus community. As you can imagine, there's deaths with individuals on campus. There's deaths of people's family members. There's deaths of other things. And how do you support people that a number of people might have been affected? We've been working as a team to figure that out. And oftentimes, if I'm available, I can help provide that support after hours. The Crisis Prevention Institute training nonviolent intervention we mentioned for faculty and staff. And this is another example of something we didn't really anticipate being a part of this program. But it's ended up being a great fit for the program and a fantastic networking opportunity for campus partners, not just for the counseling center, but also for the other campus partners involved to work together, to learn to de-escalate and spend time together. A fantastic and a hugely beneficial service for our campus. So those are kind of the things that we've seen happening out of the co-responder program, highlights to the program. And we look forward to thinking about what's next for the program and have a lot of ideas, as Katie had mentioned, talking about expansion opportunities.
And I know we said that we wouldn't have time for questions, but it turns out we do have some time for questions. So if anyone does have some questions, please feel free.
Hi, Katie and Andrea. Thank you so much for this incredibly informative presentation. There has been at least one question that's come through, and so I just want to take a moment to remind everyone attending, if you have a question you'd like Katie or Andrea to answer, because we have some time, please just enter it into the Q&A icon or box, I guess, that will come up when you click on that. You can find that Q&A icon in your toolbar, or if it's not showing up right away, you can click on the More icon and you should find it there. But one question that we did have was connected to something you said, I believe, towards the beginning of your presentation. And this was about the idea of your language might have been, worried that you were within earshot of a campus safety officer. So you might already know where I'm going with this. This is the Cleary Center, and so a lot of folks attending are very concerned around appropriate Cleary reporting, whether or not somebody is considered a campus security authority. I'm so encouraged by your head nods. I'm sure this has come up for you a lot. But a really thoughtful question was, how are you presenting to your campus community, whether the officer that might respond with you or that you might respond with is a campus security authority or not? Or how are you balancing the idea of the fact that information that could come up in a co-response situation might be reported, but here are the limitations to it, or how that's handled when you both might be present and hearing something?
Would you like to field that, Andrea?
Sure. I think that goes with the communication between the officers and I, because they know their realm as far as Clary is concerned, and I know my realm as far as confidentiality is concerned. And so we both, oftentimes when we're meeting with students, we have this conversation about how we're going to address it. And so I typically address the confidentiality aspect, and also the fact that it's a crisis situation and 911 or crisis services was called means that oftentimes an officer or a firefighter or EMS or whomever else is going to be involved. And so they are aware that the conversation at that moment is not necessarily a private conversation between themselves and myself. And so then the officer does introduce, because sometimes there's substances in the room or something else, they introduce how that they're going to handle that. And oftentimes they defer to it being a crisis call, someone calling for help, and then that's a mental health crisis versus a legal situation. And so we have some verbiage around that, but we each usually handle our own lingo in those situations.
Okay, great. And so it is clear too that for counselors at CU that you are not considered campus security authorities, correct?
Correct. Yes. Sorry. It is. Yes.
Just double checking, because even though you're, formally exempt under the law, some institutions do choose to designate counselors at times. And so what has been the real life impact of that approach with students? Has there been a concern ever, or has there been a situation where both things can be true? There is a mental health crisis that was handled confidentially, and also there was a violation of campus policy that was also handled in conjunction with that mental health situation due to the co-response. How has that been implemented and received by the campus community?
So that is also another important aspect of communication. We have had situations where especially with the manifesto situations and the writings that people have turned in, that has had to be reported. Even though it was in reported, at least for the reporting. And then that the officers say, if we get through this mental health crisis and you follow through with that, then we're going to be able to look into that as far as standards or obligations that you have to do on the legal side, or on the with the police department or with OIC or whomever it comes across, but that they do have to report it. And people often find that understandable, and they recognize, okay, maybe I'll have some more leniency in what's happening because I'm getting help. But the communication oftentimes helps it that they're in such a crisis that anything could happen and they would feel comfortable with that. So that's been well received as long as there's been communication.
Great, thank you. That makes a lot of sense. And I would imagine another tool that's probably used in a way that can be thought of as helpful, but also maybe confounding or confusing, is if a subsequent alert needs to be issued to the campus community as a result of what you are responding to, whether that's an emergency notification or a timely warning. Has that come up in your planning conversations as this program has evolved in the sense of the work that you do with your colleagues? And then if it has or has not, my second question would just be connected to what the campus community's response has been to the decisions that have been made.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And that has come up actually recently, unfortunately this year, but we have discussed that if a situation arises to in an alert needing to be made, that the alerts will be made. And then that will be a communication between myself and the officers and the student or students involved. Because typically I would not evaluate an individual or multiple individuals until this situation was safe. And if it was a situation that was unsafe and needed to have an alert, then we would want other people to know as well. So that's again through the communication, but if there's alert that needs to be made, it will still be made. But how we handle the situation might be different, whether the clinician's there or the officers are just involved.
Thank you. That makes a lot of sense. Katie, did you want to add anything? I know you've come off mute, and I just didn't want to keep asking another question if you wanted to add to those details.
I appreciate that. I think going back to the question around confidentiality as it relates to Campus Security Authority reporting, another area that we've been able to work with that tension in a pretty productive way has been in our Students of Concern team, which essentially is our threat assessment, our interdepartmental threat assessment team, where we staff higher risk student situations. We've been able to discuss, given that the Student Conduct Office and CUPD and the Counseling Center are in those spaces, we've been able to discuss ways that we can collaborate to encourage a student to engage in supportive and preventative resources that may mitigate future risks, especially in situations where they might not be motivated to do so of their own accord. Sometimes we can partner with the Student Conduct Office, for example, and help try to, convince someone to get into some supportive resources, especially if their behaviors as a result of their mental health concerns are rising to a level of violation of campus policy. We've also been able to work very closely with our conduct office and with CUPD to deliver violation news in such a way that is likely to mitigate risk. So for example, if we are working with an individual who is struggling with ongoing thoughts of harming or killing themselves, things along those lines, or potentially some serious and persistent mental illness that causes them to struggle with a connection to reality or an ability to track and engage with other people in an interpersonal level, we've been able to be really strategic with our conduct office and our officers in how and where to deliver that news. For example, if an individual in that situation is in the hospital, we want that news delivered while they are in the hospital. So we can try and get it to them there where we know they are safe and have the support to interpret and react to that news in a safe environment rather than having it occur in a less safe space. So those are just a couple of examples of ways that we've been able to work with that tension in a really productive way that does enhance the culture of safety across campus.
Thank you so much. That's really, I love those examples because I think what we believe at Clery Center about the Clery Act is its ability to give a helpful blueprint for intentional collaboration. And sometimes it can be viewed as creating unnecessary barriers or silos. And we do understand both of those perspectives, but we do believe that there is this great opportunity to be a little bit more comfortable in the nuance and gray, which we know is challenging sometimes depending on the role you've been trained to do. I think, Andrea, you explained that really well in the beginning about, the POV that some folks have, point of view that some folks have and what they're prioritizing when they are responding in a moment. But, truly, just like I'm pretty sure you both would agree, mental health is a concern for every person and everybody, not just certain people. We should be thinking about mitigating risk for everyone all the time in the way we communicate, the way we deliver information, the way we care for people before, during, and after a significant moment. And you're just reminding me of my time on a campus, being in conduct, making like small changes, like not delivering news of the outcome of an incident or of a case on a Friday afternoon when support is going to feel diminished on a campus for a student going into a weekend, or small actions like that. When you think through each thing intentionally, they really can have a profound impact. And so it's really encouraging to hear the ways that you all are thinking about those details that can just have such a different experience for a survivor, for someone in crisis, and for the campus professionals that are working alongside with all of those needs. I just think it's a really helpful framing. So thank you. We do have another question that is really, really interesting as well. And we do have some time for it as long as you both are up for it. But I'm going to read it how it's written. So the question is, how might these services discussed today, so from Dax's conversation earlier regarding emotional intelligence, and then now your co-responder program, how might they lend themselves to an online environment, or can they? So what I'm hearing in that question is that maybe what's next for a co-responder model, or are you feeling like there are any limitations to a co-responder model for managing online concern?
So we started our co-responder online through telehealth. And so that the officers really loved it. It actually worked out because the thing of it is that we had eyes in the room. We had eyes on the individual, and part of the training for the officers was, this is what you're looking for. You're not just looking around the room to make sure there's not scissors and that the person's safe, but you're looking at their body language. You're looking at the way they're presenting themselves. You're looking at, how does the room look? And so all that information was very helpful in gathering information to be my eyes. And then I could communicate online with the individual and get the story, get the information while also having the other aspects. So it does work. We also on the crisis team, we do telehealth crisis work and safety planning. And the only thing I would say is you have to know, like for me, I have the luck of having the officers there, but you have to know your resources if you're online and if there's a situation that's expanding beyond what the capacities of the online are. And that's the only thing that you would really need to have in place in order to be able to do it, is to know who to call, when to call them, and where this person lives, making sure you have all that information before you're engaging in that.
Katie, would you like to respond as well?
Yeah, I think another benefit of this type of collaboration is that in an online setting is that Andrea can then speak with the officers and coach them to write a hold if needed, if that is where the interaction is going. Because again, officers are certainly able to write holds. A lot aren't as comfortable or used to it. So having a mental health professional coach that language was another way that we built some trust and rapport. So it was a really nice collaboration. Like Andrea's on the iPad, the officers in person. They've got the eyes and ears in the room, and the smell too. Like a lot of a full thorough mental health assessment involves a lot of sensory input related to the individual that you lose in a telehealth environment. So the officers, as Andrea mentioned, were able to give that to her. She was able to give back information for a hold, and it became a really beautiful collaboration in that way.
Can you just clarify for the audience what you mean when you say the word hold?
Yes, I mean an involuntary mental health hold that essentially takes an individual into protective custody for the purpose of transportation to a hospital for mental health evaluation and assessment for admission to an inpatient psychiatric facility.
Thank you. I absolutely love that language as opposed to like the code, which I think most people or some people in other states refer to things as just because of parlance and things like that. But that's super helpful. And then Andrea, just in response to what you were saying, I was just wondering if there is a difference in the speed with which an interaction occurs when both of the responders are present versus one of you being online. Do you think things feel more quick or slower depending on that?
I think the online definitely slows things down, but I don't think the slowing down is a bad thing, because I think sometimes when people respond to a crisis, they don't take enough time to evaluate a situation. And so I think that that's been helpful, is then the officers evaluate the situation. They have a little conversation with the individual. They have a conversation with myself when they call me, and then I have a conversation with the individual, and then we all have a conversation. So it slows it down. It really helps us to decide, because sometimes we make rash decisions in crisis situations, not just mental health, but all crisis situations. And I think it stops that. And so I think that's what I carry into, hopefully, when I'm in person, which is most of the time now, is carrying that into let's stop, let's think, and let's engage other people. Let's engage some family members. Let's engage their provider if we can get a hold of them. Let's make phone calls and figure it out so that we're not just making a rush decision.
Thank you. That really makes a lot of sense. And it is counter, I think, to what some folks might assume because of the way we use social media or technology all the time. But yeah, the literal series of calls that would have to take place naturally would slow down a response. And so that really is helpful to remember too, that there are benefits to this being both in person and having an online or telehealth component. So it feels like more accessibility to the service and to the support, which is really wonderful.
Mhm.
We have reached the end of your session, which is incredible. It flew by, and we really are just so grateful to your expertise and to bringing this program both to your campus and to our community today. Thank you all so much for sharing your time and expertise with us. And with that, we will be moving on to our next break, which we will be on until 2:20. So folks, please grab a drink of water, take a break, or stretch your legs. But Andrea and Katie, thank you again so much for being with us today.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. This next session was created in order to celebrate innovation and excellence in the campus safety space. As part of the Campus Safety Impact Award, we want to give the winners the opportunity to share their program with you all as part of our sessions here today, so that you can help to celebrate their accomplishments and gain insight and inspiration into ways that you may be able to integrate similar programs into your campus community. I am joined today in presenting this award by Bryant Jackson, Chief of Police for the University of South Dakota. I'm excited for him to be joining us to congratulate our winners from Missouri University of Science and Technology. Bryant Jackson, Doctor of Education, is a highly accomplished law enforcement professional and public safety leader. He currently serves as Chief of Police at the University of South Dakota, or USD, where he oversees strategic initiatives in law enforcement, public safety, and emergency management. Dr. Jackson also serves as an adjunct graduate faculty member in USD's Educational Leadership Program and is the third vice president for the International Association of Campus Law Enforcement Administrators, or IACLEA. He also serves as a valuable member of Cleary Center's National Advisory Council. Welcome, Bryant.
Thanks, Cecilia. Before we hand the session over to our speakers, I want to share a bit more with you about the Campus Safety Impact Award. Cleary Center's selection committee, along with volunteers from the National Advisory Council, considered many strong applications from institutions across the country. While the award can only have one winner, we are incredibly grateful and appreciative of all the hard work our applicants put into these programs. The Campus Safety Impact Award is designed to highlight programs or initiatives that demonstrate innovation and collaboration in enhancing safety on campus. Programs were evaluated for the significance of their impact on campus safety, relevance to Cleary Center's mission of creating safer campuses, increasing collaboration in campus safety spaces, innovation to meeting changing community needs, and the demonstration of commitment to their community. Our winners are Missouri University of Science and Technology. They nominated the S&T Comprehensive Safety Initiative. This initiative was designed to serve complex environment and diverse needs of their campus community. What makes this program unique is the way it engages a collaborative approach to campus safety. It brings the community resources from the region and extends safety benefits beyond traditional campus boundaries through coordination with partner agencies. It ensures a safer environment both on campus and in the surrounding community. As a result, those involved have been recognized as leaders in the region, state, and nationally. Our speakers show how collaborative efforts can provide a framework for campus safety nationwide. During the presentation, we encourage you to put your questions into the Q&A in Zoom. Please make sure to upvote any questions that you would like our winners to answer. Following their talk and presentation of the award, we will be able to answer a few of your questions. But for now, I'm going to hand over the virtual stage to Doug Roberts, Police Chief, and Barb Suter-Pruitt, Director of Community Standards from the Missouri University of Science and Technology.
Well, good afternoon. My name is Barb Pruitt. I'd like to begin first by thanking the Cleary family and the Cleary Center staff for recognizing innovation and excellence in campus safety through this award. I'm truly honored to be part of today's summit and to contribute to advancing evidence-based approaches that protect campus communities while strengthening regional networks. I've spent most of my career in higher education with over 25 years in the Division of Student Success at my alma mater, Missouri University of Science and Technology, where I currently am serving as Interim Dean of Students. Do we have access to our slides? I'm not seeing it. Thank you. Great. So I'd like to start by providing a little context about our campus environment. Let me see if I can advance the slide here. Oops, sorry. There we go. I'd like to provide some context about our campus and the unique characteristics that demanded a comprehensive and innovative safety solution. Missouri S&T was founded in 1870 as Missouri School of Mines and Metallurgy, making it one of the oldest technological research universities west of the Mississippi River. We later became part of the University of Missouri system as UMR, and then Missouri S&T in 2008 to better reflect our expanded academic mission. Our campus is located in Rolla, Missouri, along historic Route 66, midway between St. Louis and Springfield. We're often lovingly referred to as the island of Rolla. However, being 1.5 hours away from major urban centers makes collaboration and regional partnerships essential during crises. Our 300-acre campus serves over 7,000 students and 1,200 faculty and staff. We have more than 60 buildings geographically distributed that includes a number of very unique facilities, like our Protoplex Technology Development Center, experimental mine, a nuclear reactor, High Point Industrial Park, in addition to 5 residential facilities, all bordered by Interstate 44 with multiple access points that require 24/7 security. As a nationally recognized STEM-focused R1 research university serving career-focused, high-achieving students, S&T is a dynamic institution with a strategic plan that positions us for continued growth and innovation, including an ambitious North Star goal of growing enrollment to 12,000 students by 2030, requiring the scalable safety solutions we've developed that you'll learn about in just a bit. Our vibrant campus community offers over 250 student organizations, 20 student design teams, an NCAA Division II athletic program, with 25% of our student body active in fraternity and sorority life, and a substantial population of our international students. These characteristics create unique safety challenges. Our geographic isolation demands regional self-sufficiency and coordinated partnerships. Our expansive campus geography requires 24/7 coverage across multiple specialized zones. In 2016, the problem we faced was a fragmented and inadequate safety infrastructure. We had unreliable cameras, we didn't have a mobile emergency platform, and we had isolated departmental response, which created critical safety gaps. The solution required systematic innovation and expertise in multi-agency coordination. That's where the visionary behind this transformation stepped in. And it's my pleasure to introduce my esteemed colleague, Chief Doug Roberts. He'll share a little bit about himself and his unique background and how he revolutionized campus safety on our campus.
Thank you. I appreciate those kind words, Barb. And it's a pleasure to present to this group. And thank you to the Clary Center and the Clary family. And it was a pleasure hearing Bryant talk. And I'm very honored with Barb to accept this award on behalf of our university. It's quite an honor and probably the most prestigious thing I've ever been given here at the school. And I'm very humbled by it. And our campus is very much appreciative of it. So my background, I've been here at the university as the police chief for almost 10 years. It'll be 10 years in May. I retired from the United States Secret Service. I retired in 2016 as the assistant agent in charge in the St. Louis field office. The St. Louis field office is an area that actually covers the location that this university is in Rolla, Missouri. And I recalled even coming to this university as a recruiter for the Secret Service during career fair events. Prior to joining the United States Secret Service, I was a police officer in Kansas City, Missouri, and served as a tactical response officer. I have a bachelor's degree from Park University in Kansas City, Missouri, and a master's degree from the University of Central Missouri in Warrensburg, Missouri. So our Clery Act submission was our S&T Comprehensive Safety Initiative. The model learned basically what I brought in from the Secret Service, and the Secret Service is a small federal law enforcement agency that depends heavily on collaborative relationships technology, with both equating to force multipliers. Collaborating with jurisdictions serving our community and establishing partnerships, offering service to them to show that the value of the campus and the campus police department and in the campus police department, demonstrating to leadership that the value of technology, phasing in projects with a cross-section of the campus, and that incorporates buy-in. This includes surveillance cameras, access control systems, and mobile systems and relevant applications. Well-being and a safety ecosystem that brings together our campus care management groups, campus prevention groups, emergency tools, including AEDs, Narcan, and stop the bleed kits, all of that, and incorporating an ecosystem to the external relationships as our community crisis intervention team. As Barb explained, Missouri S&T is primarily an engineering, science, and technology campus. Among the fields of study are, as Barb mentioned, a nuclear engineering program. We have a nuclear reactor on campus. Explosives engineering program. We have explosives stored on this campus in bunkers. We have a mining engineering program, and there are several underground mines on this campus, and chemical engineering, among all the other engineering fields. All of those have different things that are of security concern, obvious concern. This technology campus was not embracing technology in its safety and security footprint. In fact, I remember when I interviewed for the position, one of the things I brought up was that this is a science and technology campus, yet it wasn't embracing the science and technology that's out there to protect the constituents and to the campus. Leadership recognized this vulnerability and were very supportive of my proposed transitional programs. I retired on May 31st, 2016, and started at the university on June 1st. Not much of a retirement, one day. I realized, in fact, it's a funny story, is I moved here and I actually lived in a dorm for my first few months while my family settled up and sold our house where we lived before. I realized when I moved here that the department closed its doors at 4:30 every day and locked them. It had a big sign above the door that said police department, but if you were to come to the police department after 4:30, the doors were locked. We had 24-hour police officers, but they would answer calls only, and they were not taking any walk-ins, and the police department really wasn't a safe place any more than any other building. So that first week, I reallocated different personnel that we had, and I established our 24-hour, 7-day-a-week, 365 presence. You could always walk into our department and have a contact with somebody that was a representative of our police department. To introduce that, I actually brought in a pizza party for our entire campus and invited everyone to come over to an open house to see the new transitional police department. The doors to police department would never lock again. This simple act gave the officers an increased level of self-confidence. I think that they were doubting whether or not they were police officers during that initial stage. The community, the campus community specifically, started to recognize us as a legitimate law enforcement agency that was here to serve them. And our first responder community saw us as, okay, maybe they are evolving and becoming one of the key partners in our community. Following this, I did a threat assessment onto the campus to start prioritizing change. We evaluated the value of the campus blue emergency lights and transitioned the department from the blue lights to a much more appropriate security application, at the time Rave Guardian. We also changed out our mass notification system to Rave to improve emergency notifications time initiated in a phased process. All of these were initiated in a phased process. We updated our campus body cameras to the most relevant and updated software programs. We were the first department in our community to have body cameras. We added a state-of-the-art access control system to all campus buildings, labs, and classrooms, controlled by the police department with the ability to lock, unlock, and determine the status of all controlled doors. We added a full-time Clary and accreditation person and ensured that all supervisors had the valuable Clary Act training. I even attended the Clary Act 40-hour Dolores Stafford course in Chicago with our director of our Title IX programs, another key partner to our campus department. The campus accreditation process was reviewed and revamped to ensure that the department was operating within the best practices of the International Association of College Law Enforcement Administrators, the program that Bryant represents. And we worked to become a JED campus, a campus that understands and seeks out programs to help prevent drug abuse, alcohol abuse, and suicides on our campus. The evolution continued with partnering in the off-campus groups and aligning those groups with on-campus resources, such as our campus well-being department and our campus youth care team and our behavioral intervention team. We identified resources to obtain free Narcan for our police department and the training necessary to carry it. And then ultimately we distributed amongst other departments on campus to include our residential life team. Our department was the first department in the community and in our system to carry Narcan. We added AEDs to every campus building, and then we've recently put Stop the Bleed kits in every one of those AED boxes, along with 2 doses of Narcan to complement the AEDs that were in the box. Campus Wellbeing worked with the police and campus groups to promote a healthier focus to the campus college experience for our students. We made Clary training a priority and are now one of only 3 campuses in the state of Missouri with a certified Clary officer. Our transformation model is only successful because we took that 3-pillar approach to the evolution. We understood that technology innovation was very important, and bringing together on-campus and regional collaborative relationship was going to help us move to the success we sought. Vital to the success was also the understanding, and the community well-being ecosystem was only going to enhance our footprint and relevance. Something to note, I'm a very competitive person. I always strive to be the absolute best. I want to be the first. That's probably one of the reasons I was successful within the Secret Service and throughout my career. Our campus was the first to transition from a reliance solely on the blue alert emergency lights to the removal of the lights and in use of the phone application program. We also added opt-in features to give guests to the campus the ability to get mass notification messages, along with giving the access to our vendors and our contractors that are working on our campus. Another key important group that is part of our campus family. This application gave students the ability to text our department, call with the press of a button, our non-emergency or 911, while also accessing campus departments and giving family members an ability to track students during drives or walks. What specifically families enjoyed about this was that a student could leave our campus and go home. Say they have a 7 or 8 hour drive, their parents could virtually monitor their location throughout that drive. There's all kinds of different GPS features on Apple phones, but on Android phones, those GPS features aren't existing. So this application was very relevant to that group. We purchased that mass notification as a tie into the new application because our old mass notification system was not performing in a timely fashion as we sought out. And this new system, along with the opt-in system in the app, made us much more relevant. We have around 600 security cameras on campus with images shared with the 911 call system, enabling our police dispatch and our department, our police department, dispatches out of the same place that the Rolla 911 call center dispatches the Rolla Police Department, our county sheriff's department, and other local municipalities. Enabling them to have our camera views allows them to give officers real-time information when they report to a call as to what's being viewed on those cameras. Our card access system, controlled by the campus police department and monitored and adhered to by the police department 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, gives our officers the ability to look and see who's been in buildings, check that doors aren't shut, because we'll get an alert, and it just helps us as a force multiplier for our department. We even filmed an active shooter video on our campus under the Run, Hide, Fight model, using campus actors in campus buildings and incorporating our students, staff, and faculty in the scenarios and adding scenarios that affected each one of those groups. To stay relevant, our campus is even now upgraded from Rave Guardian to Rave Zap Armor. Both are owned by Motorola, and this new app is something that we can tailor specifically to our university. Our new app is actually called S&T Safe, and it continues to enhance our technology relevance in our safety and security program. Our community crisis intervention team serves 6 counties in Missouri and often serves as a reference point for other teams. Our crisis intervention team, I'm the co-chair of, was selected as one of the best in the state of Missouri, and we've had, as one of our members, was the International Crisis Intervention Officer of the Year a couple of years ago. We're very relevant in this community. The team has over 25 organizations represented and has only served to help our campus constituency through the establishment of relationships with partners off campus that are service providers to our students. Each officer in our department has attended a 40-hour training course on crisis intervention, and our department has hosted advanced crisis intervention trainings. Being the first department in our community to wear body-worn cameras and evolving from the early body-worn cameras to a more wireless cloud-based system has been invaluable. Providing campus emergency medical training, including CPR and AED training, stop the bleed training, and Narcan use training has also been very important. I only have 13 officers on my department. Of those 13, I have one officer who's a paramedic who supervises a local ambulance team, and I have one of my officers is an EMT who is responsible for doing all of the CPR and AED and first aid training. Having those 2 officers is key to our department's success, as those are services that we can offer to the entire campus community. We host quarterly tabletop exercise, and we always involve our community partners in the exercises. We'll invite our police department partners, our fire department partners, our hospital partners, our community medical, our health partners, our mental health partners. All of those are key assets in our community, and they're very important to invite to our tabletop exercises. The value of the tabletop is so that you're discussing an emergency before it happens, and you're not exchanging business cards for the first time during an emergency. Working with the organizations on and off campus to provide services that are rendered, and thus no one falls through the cracks. Sharing the campus camera feeds with the 911 call center, again, really keeps our officers up to date as to what they're walking into for calls for service. Working with the campus community, not being viewed as a ticket writing department, is also very important. We wear a lot of equipment, law enforcement officers do, and I specifically wear a large vest that has it's a very intimidating. It has a lot of equipment on it, and I wear it to keep my hips happy. It keeps the weight off of my hips. But when you have all of that equipment on, you tend to put more layers between you and the humanity that you have, and it creates a bit of a diversion between the people that we serve. So we do things on our campus to make it so that we're not viewed as just ticket writers. We'll do all kinds of unique services to our campus, and our officers make calls based on their discretion. We oftentimes make things teachable moments, and sometimes we'll use sanctioning opportunities in our student affairs or a well-being department versus other options in the criminal justice system. Our officers walk on campus for 2 hours every day, engaging with students and seeing what's going on outside of their police car. It's very important for our students to see our officers walking around, and I encourage our officers to eat in the cafeteria with the students, but to engage with them, say hello to them. And then when I meet with the students, I encourage the students to repeat that and to know that we're all in this together. And like Barb mentioned, we're on an island, and on an island, you look out for each other, and we're all a part of that community. I was asked to be the community law enforcement representative to the Opioid Settlement Committee. Our county was among many in the country that were awarded funds from the opioid settlement groups, and I was selected by our community to sit on the Opioid Settlement Fund Recommendation Committee. And I was able to use that relationship and my participation in that committee to purchase stop to bleed kits for our campus and add 2 doses of Narcans to those. So putting those, like I mentioned earlier, in the AED boxes was instrumental. And I'm not sure that I would have had that opportunity had I not been involved in that community group. Officers understand the value of case management and care management, and we worked very collaboratively with our campus well-being department, as well as our Title IX department. Again, it's all about partnerships, and this law enforcement, this safety and security world that I work in and that everyone lives in is a team sport, and we have to perform and we have to seek that out. We have to be partners and we have to work together. There's some photos that I want you to look at. On the top left is me in my red baseball hat with 3 campus students, and Barb knows who these campus students are. These 3 students traveled to the United States from Africa to go to school at Missouri S&T. When they got to Missouri S&T, they realized that the house that they thought they had rented was an empty lot. They had been defrauded, and they had no place to go. They were directed by a taxi driver to our local mission in town, and so they went to the mission. Fortunately, the representatives at the mission sit on our community intervention team, our crisis intervention team that I co-chair, and they called me. And I went down there and picked these 3 students up and brought them to my office. And then we worked, and I say we, Barb and others on our campus worked, and we found emergency housing for these three gentlemen and got them housed that night. And then for the next week, we worked on finding permanent housing for them while also going through our community relationships and finding beds, food, utensils, everything that you would need to live. We found those for those 3 men. Come to find out, 2 of those 3 men ended up working on my department as my student workers. And I still talk to these 3 men almost every week. The other 2 photos, there's one photo of a large gathering underneath a pavilion. That's our International Student Club. Those represents all of the nations that are on our campus, and I'm their advisor. Having served with the United States Secret Service, I've traveled to many of their countries and was fortunate to have worked with many people in those countries. And I look at this as an opportunity to me to offer them the same services and respect that I was offered when I went to their countries. And this is a give back option for me. And then lastly, we have a daycare on campus, and I'm always looking for opportunities to be around children and to escort them around campus. It rejuvenates me and it helps me think about my grandchildren. The campus well-being ecosystem approach in our comprehensive care continuum is well used, measurable, and effective. We initiate the process often with a UCare referral. Those are generated by anyone on campus. It could be a student, a staff member, a faculty member, sometimes even a parent. We initiate the process with the referral, and then for those cases deemed much more urgent, key officials are called together for a behavioral intervention team meeting. So as a law enforcement officer and as somebody that's had some advanced training in crisis management and in crisis recognition, I sit on both the UCare group and the behavioral intervention team. To help identify and prevent high-risk behaviors on campus, we have formed the Campus Prevention Coalition, It's made up of several members of our campus to include faculty, staff, and student representatives. Our Well-Being Collective brings together a cross-section of campus, including staff, faculty, to a wide-scale approach to health education. And lastly, our department provides trainings and resources, including AEDs, Narcan training, Stop the Bleed training, Stop the Bleed kits, and rape aggression defense training to everyone that wants it, and including our residence halls, our Greek students, our student athletes, and any other student that may want it, or any campus department that wants it. When we do our trainings and we do our security programs, we try to make sure that everyone on our campus understands that they are important and they are our family, whether they're students, staff, or faculty.
So these three pillars that Doug just described, the innovations, the partnerships, the ecosystem, required more than traditional collaboration. They really demanded a systematic methodology where multiple stakeholders were working together systematically, not just cooperatively. And that's where collective impact comes in. So this visual shows our critical transformation through the three distinct phases. On the left, isolated impact, that's where we were in 2016 when Chief arrived. Each unit was really addressing pieces of the safety puzzle independently. And while well-intentioned, this created critical safety gaps, missed opportunities, and duplicated efforts. Chief promptly worked to move us to the collaborative partnership phase, where we began to coordinate and share resources between different departments and agencies. We established relationships and built trust. We've since transitioned to the collective impact phase, which is where we continue to evolve. After establishing those foundational relationships, Chief helped develop a systematic approach where the campus and community safety demands were really met through that three-pillar network. And so more specifically, the way that we moved to collective impact required implementation of 5 critical elements. First, we had to establish a common agenda. Chief worked to create a shared vision across those 25 organizations in 6 counties, creating more of a seamless system where safety concerns were proactively addressed before the crisis level. To ensure shared measurement, Chief implemented the quarterly assessments and some policy frameworks that helped ensure accountability and transparency, and that all partners were demonstrating value not only to their own constituencies, but to the broader community and collective effort. To create mutually reinforcing activities, we designed our 3-pillar approach, where camera systems detect incidents in the first pillar. Those trigger regional response networks in pillar 2, and then connect to community and campus support systems in pillar 3, creating a coordinated system. To maintain continuous communication, Chief established those regular crisis intervention team meetings, the shared camera feeds for real-time information sharing, and coordinated training protocols across all partners, ensuring that we had effective preparation and collaboration rather than meeting for the first time during a crisis. To ensure there was backbone support, Chief Roberts served as the dedicated coordinator, leveraging his multi-agency experience to facilitate trainings, organize tabletop exercises, and coordinate resource sharing across the 6-county network. Our campus provides the essential infrastructure support through facilities and technology, strengthening the entire regional safety network beyond our campus boundaries. So what did this systematic approach achieve? It maximized resources across agencies, complementing rather than competing with each other. And more importantly, it established that community trust through coordinated, transparent efforts. Chief didn't just create partnerships through this model. He systematically applied a collective impact methodology to really achieve transformational results that no single organization could accomplish alone.
And I would have to say that it's not just a one-person operation. Barb's saying my name a lot, and it's not a Chief Roberts thing. This is a campus endeavor. This is a campus approach. Barb's a key partner in that and has been since I got here, but it's not a Doug Roberts thing. This is a campus thing. And I appreciate the comments, and I'm just another person here that has some value along with everyone else. And when you bring all of the fingers together, it forms the fist, and that's what gets the work. We're very quick to take advantage of our engagement opportunities on this department and on our campus. I drive a large Ford F-150 on our department. I'm the only one that drives a truck. And I tell the students that I drive the truck. And if the truck is in front of my department, then I'm in the office. And if I'm in the office, they can always come and talk to me. No matter what time, they can call me if I'm not in the office specifically, but I'm always available to them. We offer a lot of courses to the students, some traditional, like I told you earlier, and some non-traditional. Typically before breaks, we'll offer services to our students, and a lot of our international students travel around the country during breaks, so they take advantage of this. But we'll offer trainings on how to jumpstart a car, how to change a tire, showing international students what to do if a police officer pulls up behind you and activates their lights and siren. Understanding that a lot of the people that travel to our country come from areas where the law enforcement may be conducting traffic stops different ways, or may be a little bit more concerning when you're stopped. And so being able to take that mystery is very important. We love to do CPR and AED trainings, and I mentioned that our paramedic and our other trained officer will do those trainings for free. We never charge for our trainings. We have an officer who teaches rape, aggression, defense training. I'll teach identity theft and fraud prevention training, and I'll teach how active shooter response training. We love our contacts with our students. We raise funds through holiday programs like Shop with a Cop. In that, I'll typically take a giant photo of myself, and I'll take it to different departments, and I'll put it on a desk. Barb's laughing because she knows I do this. And I'll say, if you don't want to donate Shop to the Cop, then this stays in your office. And people donate money pretty quickly because they don't want my giant head in their office very much longer. But the Shop with the Cop is a lot of fun, and it gets our campus involved in that. We also team up with underprivileged children for that Shop with the Cop event, and it's a benefit to our community, and it makes our campus whole with the community, which is very important. We participate in the Special Olympics Law Enforcement Torch Run to raise funds for the Missouri Special Olympics. And we partner with our Title IX office to host training, Clery Act training, and mandatory reporter training. We do events like Cocoa with the Popo, where we'll sit in our lobby of our student engagement center, or where the food is and where the bookstore is, and we'll provide coffee and hot chocolate to the students along with cookies. And all they have to do is come up and talk to us. And again, it removes the layers that we carry and shows the students that we can talk, and we have a lot of fun with that. And we laugh at the name, and we want people to laugh at the name. It's important to have a sense of humor with this job, and it's important that people see that we're humans. I tell parents all the time, every one of your kids is my kid, and I'm here to keep them safe while they're away from you. As I noted previously, we like to be first and we like to be best. The implementation of the state-of-the-art security and safety technology only makes sense on a safety and security campus. The RAVE system implementation was very important. The best cameras, body-worn cameras, and campus security cameras is very important. And having that Clery officer was vital. Our Clery officer, I would put her up against anyone. She's one of the hardest working individuals I've ever met, and she's sincerely dedicated to the Clery Act and to following the Clery principles while also helping out with our accreditation program. We have never satisfied with the status quo. We are always seeking enhancements and advancements, whether it's upgrading analytics for our camera technology, to moving from Rave Guardian, a mass notification platform that was working, to much more relevant experience with AppArmor and the ability for everyone with downloads to the application to receive our mass notification messages. We have twice hosted the Secret Service National Threat Assessment Center on our campus. As you can imagine, I have still a few contacts with the agency, which enabled us to get them. But when we have those, we bring anyone and everyone from across the state to our campus, and it showcases our campus and it shows our campus community that we take threat assessment and security of our community just as safe on our campus as off of our campus. We use Federal Bureau of Investigation agents to come here and give our officers and officers in our community tactical training. We have 5 departments within our community, 4 within 1 mile of our police department. And so it's very important that we all train the same way with regards to building, clearing, and tactical entry and tactical response to an active shooter event. So when we all have that consistent training, it makes us much more relevant and much more appropriate for a response to a tactical situation on our campus. Plus, it gives outside officers the ability to see our buildings. And then lastly, it does what I call, it gives us a toy in the sandbox. It shows our relevance to all of the agencies in our community that we have all of these different abilities to host all of these different trainings. And it gives us a value to the police departments and the other first responders. So complacency is the enemy of law enforcement. It's my obligation to ensure that we continue to move forward, and I'm dedicated to bringing key technology integration to campus. I do that with the support of our campus leadership. They have seen the value of our programs, and they have seen the events that they have prevented, and with that has gotten me a great deal of weight. When I request and I start bringing these programs to campus, they listen to me, and that makes a big difference. Leadership buying into the safety and security programs is vital. I would say using the tabletop exercises to show vulnerabilities and then to also give solutions has also been very vital to that. Through campus community partnerships, we were recently awarded a $50,000 camera trailer that we purchased that uses our camera platform, but we purchased it for our community in our campus. And although it does operate on our Vigilon software with our camera, it's something that we use in our community as a vital, important partner in our community. And it gives our department the ability to see the views, but it also gives our 911 call center. Again, it's just another tool in the community sandbox that we get to show our relevance and our importance. I'm also pursuing weapons identification platforms, and I'm starting to look at drone technology for our department's toolbox. It's probably a little bit more down the road, but it's important to have a project list and to keep moving forward. If you're satisfied with the status quo, you're probably behind the times, and you're probably going to end up like we were before. So the key takeaways from this is, number one, the only way that we were successful in our approach was the partnerships. Showing the value of our department by just opening our doors gave me some relevance with our community, with our campus community. So when I sought them out and said, okay, these are some steps that I want to bring us to the next level, I need your help. I want your buy-in. I want your partnership. I want your ideas. I want you to tell me what you think we need. And building those partnerships up helps me get some foothold when I go to leadership for the first time. And then when I go to leadership for the first time and I explain the technology and I explain the support and I get a phased process to it, phase 1, phase 2, and they see the relevance and the value of phase 1, it takes me to phase 2, on and on and on. It works. Then I leverage all of the trainings that I've had over the course of my lifetime and that gives me some expertise and some value, so that when I'm explaining the technology and I'm explaining the value of the technology to not only leadership but our partners, it helps get the mission done too. The framework and government's framework and policies and procedures go hand in hand. That's very important to ensure that the process continues to move forward, and developing a scalable model so that you're not jumping in the deep end at first, but you're taking a gradual step in the right direction to make sure that you're successful. Again, that's really all I have. I really appreciate the opportunity to talk to this group. I'm very, very proud to represent our university with Barb Pruitt. Again, I don't know how else to thank you, but thank you very much.
Doug and Barb, all I can say is congratulations on so much work that you've accomplished across your institution, from where you were to where you are today. Absolutely an example for others to emulate. On behalf of the Cleary Center staff and the Advisory Council, I want to thank you for the work that you're doing on your campuses to support students and work towards a place of safety and security for your campus community. At our core, Cleary Center champions the need to create collaborative and integrated approaches to the way institutions approach campus safety. We are happy to recognize how you are both living and leading best practices in campus safety, and the amazing work you are doing leading your community into the next era of campus safety. If you could, would you bring the award on screen? I think we'd love to see it as we present the award to you virtually. I want to congratulate you. It looks great, as well as the rest of your team, for being the 2025 recipient of the Cleary Center's Campus Safety Impact Award. We're proud of the work you are doing and with the care in which you support your students and campus community. At this time, I'd like to invite all of our hosts, speakers, and panelists, turn on your cameras to help celebrate our winners. I hope the audience will join us in congratulating Missouri University of Science and Technology and their S&T Comprehensive Safety Initiative as the winners of the 2025 Campus Safety Impact Award. Truly, congratulations.
Woo!
Thank you very much, Brian. Appreciate that. It's very generous of you.
Absolutely. Now, we have a couple moments still, if there might be a question, Cecilia.
Yeah, certainly. We've got just a few minutes for questions. So as we get started there, we have, let's get started with, can you share with us what one of the most impactful things you've learned as a result of this initiative?
Go for it, Barbara. I'll do mine after you.
I think it's all about that collective impact model and kind of understanding and knowing where you're headed. We have a great campus community. That's why I've been here for 25 years. And it's all about those partnerships.
100%. The partnerships are everything. Not being satisfied with what everybody else is doing. I think that's a trap that we often fall into, and I think it's important to put yourself out there sometimes. Listen to your campus constituents and what their needs are, what their concerns are. I tell the students here all the time, my job is very simple, is to remove the distractions of your safety and security so that you can function at this very challenging school. And so I ask them, how can I help you with that? What do you want? What do you need? This presentation today, I'm going to be honest with you, was not easy for me to talk about, because I'm such a passionate person about this program. I had to actually take some notes down because I'm afraid I was going to talk so fast and anger the interpreter so much that I was going to cause a problem. But this is everything, and the parents of these students have put their trust in me, in my department and this campus and to keep their kids safe while they go to school here. And that I don't take very lightly. And so it's very important to establish those partnerships, listen to what they want, listen to what they need, what they see as our vulnerabilities, and listening to them and then applying those things.
Chief or Barb, knowing we just have a few minutes left, but keeping, the spirit of student safety in mind, like you both have, across your institution, is there a specific example that comes to mind of a student that was really impacted by your advances in campus safety? I know I gave you a hard one.
A student or several students. So we had one incident when I first introduced the camera system to our campus, very early on in my role here on the department. And understand too, when I came in, we had a couple of beta cameras, maybe a VCR here and there, a lot of blue lights. Some of them didn't work. A department that the doors locked. Some things that were concerning, right? And so when I brought up these cameras, which is not a cheap proposal because you're looking at a server purchase and cameras, that's a significant investment. So our first pilot of the cameras, phase 1, was 24 cameras, not 24 cameras themselves, 24 views. And I picked and chose based on a threat assessment what we thought was the most important. And one of them was our nuclear reactor. Kind of a no-brainer, right? And so within a week of us putting those cameras on our nuclear reactor, we had a gentleman go up to the steps of the nuclear reactor and put a simulated IED on the steps of the nuclear reactor and leave. Obviously concerning, and we ended up closing everything down, doing our necessary steps, brought in federal partners. But the only reason that situation was resolved and the suspect located, identified, and he'd actually done it at a second location based on our investigation. We were only able to identify him, locate him, and take him into custody, charge him, and convict him was because of our cameras. They followed him. We had come up with a protocol that if you go into one view and you leave, you go into another view. And then if we don't get your face in one, we're going to get you in the next one. And that bought me phase 2 and phase 3. So that saved a lot of people. We had a situation where a young lady was walking on a major thoroughfare in our town, on our campus, or off of our campus, but on our campus, just on the edge. And we saw a gentleman approaching her from behind as she was walking. We watched it on video, and then an officer ran out of the office and jumped in his car as they were watching it on video and giving the officer feedback as he was going up to this person. And this person attacked the girl, and she started to fight him off. But we were on top of the situation and took him into custody and chased him down because we were watching cameras. Our cameras, if you have cameras, make sure that they're not just evidence cameras. Make sure that somebody's watching them. And that showed its value there. There's so many different examples of things that our cameras have shown that our access control has helped us with. But honestly, it's the people part of it. Our crisis intervention team, our well-being team, all of those things have helped so many students on this campus. I expected crime. That's where I came from. Coming here and seeing the students that are in crisis on our campus, that was the adjustment for me. And so I needed to bring in experts like Barb and our well-being team and community mental health workers to help get me educated and up to speed on that part of it. And getting involved in the CIT meetings was vital to that success. And I think because of that, we've helped students connect with resources. And I think, honestly, we've saved lives. I keep a letter right behind me, behind this computer, that's from a student who graduated with a master's degree in counseling and attended here on her bachelor's degree. And she tried to kill herself twice. And on both of those occasions, I was the responding officer and talked her away from it and got her treatment both of those times. And she said, if I hadn't have been there and talked to her and taken her to the hospital, she might have been successful. And sometimes not everybody likes to do this, but if it's somebody that's non-combative, and they're going through a lot of stress and there's somebody that's in a suicidal position, as long as they're not dangerous, we'll even help them avoid the charge of the ambulance and put them in a car with us and just take them to the hospital ourselves. You know, rolling into a hospital with an ambulance bill is another stressor. Sitting in an ambulance can be stressful. There's a lot of different things. I think we just approach it a little bit differently. And again, I approach it like every kid here is my daughter or my son.
Yeah, thank you, Chief Roberts, for sharing all those stories of impact and the holistic approach you all take to campus safety. Congratulations again on this award, and thank you for being here to share about your program and all of this information. Thank you for taking the time to answer questions. We are now going to move into our next break before going on to our next session. Congratulations again, and thank you for being here with
so
us.
much. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed your break. My name is Simone Dixon, and I am one of the Assistant Director of Programs here at Cleary Center. As a lifelong advocate and preventionist, I am honored to introduce our final summit speaker. Jessica Flores, Doctorate of Education, is the Clery Compliance Officer and Associate Faculty at the University of Phoenix. For her session, Never Alone, Support for the Remote Campus Community Impacted by Violence Against Women Act Crimes, highlights a community that is often not discussed in the context of campus safety. When the classroom and office are wherever your students and staff reside, does that change your approach to supporting those affected? How would you ensure that individuals impacted by these crimes have their voices heard and receive the support they need when they work and learn in online environments? I couldn't be more excited to delve into this topic, so it is my pleasure to welcome Jessica Flores.
Simone, thank you for that. Barb's and Doug's presentation of their accomplishments was like a huge mic drop moment for me. But oh my goodness, I'm thrilled to share with you all something very important to me, and something that has likely directly or indirectly impacted many of us. Thank you for being here for this discussion. So just a little about me, because I think I'm supposed to still introduce myself, even though Simone did a great job. I am the university's Clery Compliance Officer, as well as an associate faculty member in both the College of General Studies and the College of Doctoral Studies. My research interests focus on responses to relationship abuse programs, and emphasizes improving access to these programs through institutional efforts. I remain interested in understanding adult learner experiences and perceptions to recommend and support policy level change and improvement for Clery Act and Title IX compliance. All right. All right, so from disclosure to referral to outreach, this session aims to share best practices for supporting remote students, faculty, and staff impacted by dating violence, domestic violence, sexual assault, and stalking, which will be referred to as the 4 crimes going forward. Students studying and employees working solely in online environments who are victims of the 4 crimes that do not occur on defined Clery Act geography, they need support and resources, right? And many times cannot find them on their own. So with a streamlined process, individualized support enables an equitable approach to ensuring those impacted maintain their voices and receive the assistance they deserve. So University of Phoenix has embraced a forward-thinking approach to providing providing support to fully online students and employees who are victims of the 4 crimes that occur outside our jurisdiction. The subset of the campus population may not feel safe or secure, and thus are less likely to engage in activities that could contribute to a sense of safety and connection. And of course, that's critical in an online environment, right? So navigating the next era is going to require innovative ways to use technology, including artificial intelligence, to better support campus communities holistically, as what happens in their lives impacts their educational journey. Our agenda includes an overview of these main areas, and I'll kind of walk everyone through our journey to this point. So students and employees, they're going to perform better and be more engaged in their academic studies and job duties when they feel safe and secure. We all know that. With the explosion in remote learning and working, you may never physically interact with many of your students or colleagues at a campus. Traditional notions of student and employee support must adapt and change to society as it is today. particularly with the advancement of technology. Support needs to be looked at holistically, and students and employees in remote environments need different kinds of resources and support. So I wanted to share some statistics, right, to demonstrate clearly that the 4 crimes can impact anyone and everyone. And these statistics are alarming. And notably, I feel like they continue to increase every time and every year I check into them. So millions, hundreds of millions of people have been victims of the 4 crimes essentially during their lifetime. And almost half of all of us in the United States have experienced some form of psychological aggression in our lifetime. Certainly, nobody in our campus communities are immune. So even as a seasoned institution that specializes in online learning, we continue to see impacts post-pandemic. That's kind of why I wanted to show this before and after 2020 footprint. So almost all students and employees are now fully remote at our campus. So we've adopted or adapted our policies and procedures to support an almost entirely online environment. However, almost all institutions now have some type of online component and could benefit from examining that population to determine what resources would best support them. So I also wanted to share a quick breakdown of the referrals we received over the last fiscal year. I know the slide says current fiscal year, and that was true when I created the slide, so I'm sorry for the hiccup in information, but we did receive, well, we likely received over 1,000 referrals by the time the fiscal year ended, and for us it ends on August 31st. And over 160 of those referrals were included students who received in-class accommodations or even course extensions to complete their courses successfully. Overwhelmingly, most of our referrals included victims of domestic violence. Tracking referrals year over year, it's helped us track certain trends, basically so we can best prepare for certain times of the year. I often wonder if there's a connection between traditional stop and start dates for schools nationwide, because you'll see May and September sort of yield our highest number of referrals. And I certainly feel there's a connection around certain holidays. So we typically see more referrals, around Valentine's Day and Thanksgiving and, the winter holidays. So before I jump into the far reach of the 4 crimes, I wanted to mention that under the 2020 amendments to the Title IX regulations, institutions may decide how its faculty and staff respond to notices of sexual harassment, to include the 4 crimes, of course, for the purpose of triggering Title IX response obligations. Now, our policy identifies all employees as mandated reporters who must share knowledge, notice, or reports of actual or suspected sexual harassment with our Title IX coordinator. This approach has helped us comply with our interpretation of the requirements under the Clery Act to provide support, resources, accommodations, and protective measures, essentially. Also considered rights and options to students and employees impacted by the 4 crimes, regardless of where the offense occurred. Indeed, of course, most reports fall outside the jurisdiction of both Title IX and the Clery Act, and therefore do not trigger formal or informal grievance procedures or reporting for crime log and statistical purposes. I think I might have said this on a prior slide, but it's worth noting that our campus in Phoenix, Arizona does not have student housing. So that's probably one of the main reasons a lot of these referrals fall outside of our jurisdiction. Now, I wanted to share some examples of referrals we've received to sort of demonstrate how complex these issues can be and how alarming they can be sometimes. Often we work hard, right, as an institution to build that sort of relationship with our students, especially because going to school is such a big deal and we want them to feel supported. And when you're attending school online, sometimes it can feel a little isolating, right? So often we've found that students might call us when they're in a pickle or experiencing a major life crisis, or unfortunately, perhaps experiencing one of the 4 crimes. So these are things that we've experienced on my small but mighty team. And particularly that very last one there, I sat in on that oral defense just to ensure the student felt supported while she got through that and earned her doctoral degree. This is sort of setting up why we do certain things, and I wanted you all to have an idea of what we see, so it might help to answer some of the choices we make later. So the impacts, oh, I've got 2 slides going. So the impacts, they're profound, right? As are the potential outcomes after a referral is made and support is provided. And I wanted to share a quote that one of my students emailed over to me that I felt was really powerful, because oftentimes folks might ask, you know, why are you still trying to go to school when you've got something completely horrible going on in your life? And this is why, right? This is exactly why. So I wanted to share that. Now, with the civil rights law and consumer protection law in mind, jurisdiction matters, right? And going above and beyond that jurisdiction, it's been worth it for us. Now, oh, Paul, this slide is beautiful. Thank you for making the colors pop. Now, we know many people are impacted by the 4 crimes, and we know support can make a huge difference. We felt that going beyond the minimum legal and regulatory requirements is the right thing to do. So we formalized a policy and a process to better support our community. Now, to share a little bit more about our ongoing journey, because it is an ongoing journey, right? Our formalized process for victims of the 4 crimes is still fairly new. It was added to an existing Title IX policy related to supporting pregnant and parenting students. Now, for students and employees impacted by the 4 crimes, we were already providing resources, support, and accommodations, but did not have this like explicitly stated in policy. We asked ourselves why it wasn't in policy and if it should be, right? Agreeing that it certainly should be. We created the additional policy, formalized our internal processes, trained staff in victim advocacy, trained our student services and faculty on reporting after receiving disclosures, and continue to find ways to improve upon procedures. This is just a snippet. I know it's a lot of text on the screen, but it's a snippet from from our current policy, which goes on to discuss referrals after disclosure and determining like accommodations awarded, such as extra time on assignments, extending a course, or other protective and supportive measures. Okay, so now I want to show you how it all comes together from disclosure to referral to outreach. So piggybacking on the mandated reporter requirement under our Title IX policy, each employee is required to submit a referral upon disclosure of the 4 crimes, and we expect them to demonstrate empathy while setting up the expectation of outreach from our team. So I've got like a 3R approach here: recognize, respond, refer. And that's sort of how these concerns make their way to our office. And there's several ways to submit a referral to our team, including a form that is embedded directly inside the online classroom. Also, there's a way to alert our team within the student management system that we use. And we also have a shared inbox, a shared email inbox. Now, not listed on this slide, but worth noting, I think, is that folks also have easy access to the contact information for our Title IX coordinator and myself, so they can make referrals directly to us as well. I want to be easy to find. Now, upon receiving a referral, our victim advocacy training kicks into gear. At least every other year, our small team completes a 40-hour live virtual training program focused on victim advocacy. I believe it's one of our sponsors today as well. Now, at least twice a year, at minimum twice a year, the Clery Compliance Officer, me, I offer several workshops to all students, faculty, and staff on recognizing the signs of relationship abuse, where meaningful discussions are had and resources are shared. These are mainly held in April during Sexual Assault Awareness Month and October during Domestic Violence Awareness Month, but are also available upon request throughout the year. Now, individual circumstances matter, and meeting victims where they are is vital. So, for instance, it matters when the incident occurred or if it is still occurring. We also recognize there are those who do not wish to receive additional support, such as when a victim wants to avoid reliving a past situation. We still provide resources to everyone referred to our office while also honoring the wishes of the victim. Ooh, I'm cruising along. So now I'd like to share what support and resources looks like. Support starts with identifying the unique safety considerations for our online community. We will likely never meet victims of the 4 crimes face-to-face. We rely on the telephone and email conversations to assess each situation. We also understand that victims, like their technological devices, like their phone or their computers, those may be monitored by their abusers. Victims may also have a limited window of opportunity to speak openly with us over the phone, or perhaps their time spent online may be limited too. Sometimes perpetrators may be looking over their shoulder while they are answering emails or even attending class. With these things in mind, we tend to use neutral language in our initial emails and voicemails when we're conducting general outreach. Now, to give you an idea of how alarming some situations can be, we once had a student's abuser log into their phone and then into their email to report the student for an academic conduct violation in an attempt to sabotage their educational progress. You can see why a careful approach to outreach is important. Now, when it comes to providing resources, we do have a general list that includes institutional and national resources, but we're also adept at locating helpful resources wherever our campus community is located. And we add to and edit the list that we compile nationwide constantly to make sure that we're providing the most helpful resources that we can. Okay. Thank you, Paul. I am just cruising along. I'm so excited to share this information with you all that I am just cruising along. So if anyone would like me to expand on something, I think we'll have time for that to happen. Because finally, some of those protective measures we can implement in an online environment mostly include changes to academic or working situations, such as flexible or modified schedules. So that's mostly for our employees who are impacted, right? And then, of course, accommodations specifically apply to our students and can look like extra time to complete their assignments, excusing an absence, or even extending a course for several more weeks so they can finish successfully. Wow. Yeah, that was like everything I wanted to share with you all. Thank you for your engagement, right? And Simone, maybe help me, because if there's questions or if there's any thought, like anything anyone would like to discuss further, I want to encourage them to reach out. Maybe can I share my email in the chat? That's
Oh,
fine.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Folks have been asking for it, and also we're starting to get a few questions in, so we can spend a bit of time doing a bit of Q&A.
Okay, no hard questions, though. That's the deal.
I'll try my best. We have one from Jules. How have you been effectively building trust in remote situations?
Okay, Jules. So what that looks like is, keeping your promises. If somebody's told that they're going to receive communication from my team, then we need to be on top of it. We need to conduct that outreach. We need to follow up. And once we've fulfilled that part and we're able to connect and start to make that connection, that's where I said that victim advocacy kicks in. We spend a lot of time listening, right? Active listening. Everybody knows. I mean, that is a skill and it takes a lot of work. We take a tremendous amount of time ensuring that we let them speak, understanding that they may not have an opportunity to speak often. We also give them the option to share with us via email if they're not able to speak over the phone. And we want that to show them that they can sort of rely on us, right? That's really important to me and my colleagues is now that they've found somebody who is not a cheerleader, but somebody who's sincerely interested in supporting them, and somebody who kind of knows their situation and what they have experienced or are experiencing. It's important that we're available that we humanize the process. It's not easy. It can be a really difficult thing to let strangers in on your situation. So it's incredibly important and moving for me when folks are willing to let us in. So that's where you sort of are able to demonstrate your commitment to them and keep those communication lines open and help them complete their programs however you can. Thanks for that question, Jules. I hope I answered it okay.
I think so. I was nodding along. It made sense to me.
Thank you, Simone.
Folks would like to know, can you speak more to how your Title IX coordinator maintains impartiality of response, i.e., supposition that the respondent is not responsible while deploying the NVAA training for the complainant victim? Now, on the Clary side of things, that might make a lot more sense to you, so take it away.
That is a very Title IX heavily worded question. So our Title IX coordinator is awesome. And to be completely transparent, again, our campus, our one campus in Phoenix, Arizona, we don't have any student housing. And again, to be completely transparent, I don't think we've had a case that has risen to the level of Title IX since the new regulations have come out, and that's including sexual harassment and discrimination complaints. So this process that we've sort of written into policy, it is strictly and I'm sorry, interpreters, for the acronym, but it is strictly a VAWA process because these things are not happening within our Clery Act or Title IX jurisdiction. So they're not complainants. There are no respondents. There are only victims. Help me with the second part of that question, Simone.
You mean the rest of it?
Yes, I don't want to miss anything.
So the rest of it was talking about specifically just maintaining impartiality and response when deploying a specific type of training.
Training?
Yeah, NVAA.
Okay.
I don't know if that's that NOVA National Victim Advocate Training.
Yeah, and that was great. And gosh, we just did it earlier this spring, I think, and it's always so fabulous. But I guess I was trying to set up the response that we're not conducting an investigation. There's nothing formal going on again because it's not a Title IX case, right? We're just sort of moving beyond jurisdiction to help these victims who are experiencing these crimes in their homes all over the country. But as far as, I feel like I can look at the chat or something, the Q&A. Impartiality of response, supposition. My goodness, anonymous attendee. Are you a Title IX person?
You did a fabulous job. We did get another question that I'm really intrigued about. It's one I had myself. Can you talk more about the strategies that you use to get resources to your remote students, especially those in the case of domestic violence where their communications might be monitored?
Yes. So we've got, if I say I, just assume I mean me. But I've got a special sort of list because we all know the requirement under Clery is that when we learn about these things that we offer support and resources, right? So when it's known or even suspected that maybe this person their tech is monitored, we've got a list that's it's just a very basic list of resources that any new student going through orientation might get from the school. right? It's not overly obvious that we have a long list of resources specific to sexual assault or DV or domestic violence, excuse me. It's not like catered to any specific thing. It's just a collective, several pages of resources that could be helpful to anyone. So that's sort of how we maneuver around that.
I guess just to follow up, is that more so delivered in a, I don't want to say ambiguous
email.
sort of way? Just like yeah, like it's kind of mass, it's just a general email.
Yes, an email, and we try to be really careful. If we know there's a concern, we'll typically send that information to like their student email account rather than their personal email account. Like it's sort of been our experience that their student accounts are a little more secure.
Thank you.
Yes.
That makes sense to me. You're doing
Okay.
great.
Okay. Great.
You talked about considering AI technologies for student support. Can you talk a bit more about that?
Yes. So, okay, my boss, interestingly enough, I am the Clery person, but my boss is the Title IX coordinator. And she specifically wanted me to call that out because, like probably all of you, AI is a hot topic right now, right? And we're right now, like I myself am going through trainings and learning more about its capabilities and things like that for research purposes. But as far as student support, right now, it's looking more like it's helping us by generating more ideas, maybe helping us find gaps that we haven't considered. We're getting a little better about, asking prompts, just to sort of see if we're missing something. It's been helpful when we're kind of vetting potential resources in areas that we're not familiar with. Again, because we're constantly trying to make sure that we can offer students options that are closer to them, that are local, so they feel like they have somewhere to go. Of course, like shelters and things like that. It's also important to a lot of victims that they have options that would accept like children and their pets. So it's like AI can kind of help with that. I feel like any search we do, the AI component is always right at the top. And you can sort of interact with it and it can kind of help us whittle things down. But I'm just like at the edge of it, we're still trying to figure out its capabilities and we want to do it very quickly because of how online we are, right, as an institution. So I still have a lot to learn, but that's sort of where we're at with that right now.
Thank you. You mentioned that you use it specifically to identify like resources or gaps or even to ask prompts. Someone was curious about the type of questions that could be on the form that's embedded inside of your online reporting, your online class portal referral process.
So when they're reporting, so students and faculty both have an option to submit a referral to our office. And in the form, it asks for basic information like the student's name and things like that, and what class they're in. And then we have an open dialogue box. So whatever details they're comfortable sharing with us, they'll put in that box. We don't set an expectation up regarding what you want to share with our team. If there's a concern and they want to send us a concern, for example, perhaps a faculty member received a note from a student that they're, having a domestic dispute or something, they can use a form to send their concern to us. but there's no expectation that they would, press the student with questions or anything like that. In fact, our training to them is quite the opposite. The important part is that they send the referral to us with as little or as many details as possible, because it's our job to reach out to the student and make that connection regarding this sensitive issue, right? So the form is very basic.
Thank you. I think this one might be more of a comment. It says, "Hi, Jessica. You did a wonderful job presenting, and you hit on some great points to consider." Angie says hi.
That's Melanie. She's the best.
All right. We have just a few remaining. Do you get pushback about creating this program since it's outside of what is strictly required, thinking about the bare minimum? How did you convince your leadership to spend the money for resources such as these?
Such a good question. I think a lot of it is we had a leg to stand on, and I know this is going to sound like really that's a leg to stand on, but we just truly believe in our bones that this is the right thing to do. It's so isolating, or it can feel so isolating, but we're not a traditional school. We don't have like this duty to care or anything like that, but it just felt incomplete. Like, because we do care. This issue, again, I said it at the beginning, I feel like it impacts all of us on some level, either directly or indirectly in some way. And anything we can do to improve someone's life who is being impacted by this, it's worth it every single time. Is it hard? Yes. Is it really tricky in this online environment? Absolutely. And it does take dedicated staff to victim advocacy and sort of going outside of normal administrative functions. But we have a team dedicated to doing it. And I was able to bring like the Clery Act Foundation to it and really get some momentum with the VAWA amendments to the Clery Act. And it helped because I did initially report to our security department, and I was purposefully put in the Title IX office to really celebrate the intersections between the Clery Act and Title IX. And this is what that looks like to us in our sort of online space. So no real pushback. We're very passionate, and our provost and our president agrees that it's the right approach.
Exactly. Essentially, you're echoing back to our summit, our winner, Doug's conversation and comments about, taking on the responsibility that these students are your own, and just having an intentional.
I loved when he said that. My heart. Yes.
All right. Last question. Thank you again so much for being in conversation with all of us today. Post your presentation. Someone wants to know, do you have any students under the age of 18? If so, have you received a disclosure to one of the 4 crimes and had to report it to law enforcement? Can you say a little bit about how you might navigate that?
Great question. And this was a huge concern when we still had campuses in Illinois and Florida who have really strict child abuse reporting laws. But no, since I've been the Clery compliance person and since we've had this program going on, we've not had a referral for anyone under the age of 18. I've had some students who are 18, but not necessarily connected to this process that I shared with you all today. It's not common for us to have students that young. I think our average age is 38. Right? It is definitely an institution built for the busy working adult who traditionally have, jobs and families and things like that. But no, we've not yet run into that situation.
All right, thank you so much, Jessica. If we could all give her another virtual round of applause for a fantastic session.
Thanks.
And with that, I'm actually going to turn it over to my colleague, Paul, for our closing remarks.
All right. Thank you so much, Simone. I definitely appreciate all your work today. Jessica, thank you so much for that conversation. Simone, thank you so much for that conversation. So we first want to take a moment just to thank you for joining us today, for taking part in these conversations. It is incredibly important to continue to put at the forefront of what we do and the work of what we do in making safer college campuses. We have, Kristen has shared in the chat our evaluation survey to tell us about what you are thinking, how you would like us to continue in this program in the future. And so we very much do appreciate and value if you can take the time to fill out that survey. It helps us a lot. We do look at that and we do adjust these programs based off of that feedback. In addition, I think it's just really important to recognize that this work that Connie started all those years ago continues to be incredibly important today. I just received word that there was a shooting at Utah Valley University that happened today while we were present. And it is a stark reminder that this work is not ending. The work that we do continues, and we need to continue to carry that legacy forward. And that we all need to continue honoring the work that Mrs. Cleary started 35 years ago, and that we are not done with this fight in making sure that our college campuses are a safe place for our students and for families and for staff and faculty. And so please join us in helping honor the work that Connie started all those years ago by signing that card. So that way we can thank her for the work that she did as we continue to honor that legacy moving forward. If you would like to join us in our work and keep up to date, I also want to invite you to join our mailing list. So that way we can keep you apprised of news, of updated information, keep you aware of trainings that are going on that we can offer, any of our services that you might need or might be beneficial to you and those people on your campus. And with that, I also want to make sure that I tell you that also if you are, the slides are giving me a little bit of trouble just because of the delay in the feed here. Want to make sure to give you the opportunity if you could to make sure to take this opportunity, if you enjoy free programs like National Campus Safety Awareness Month, that you can help support programs like this by donating. We are a nonprofit organization. And so if you scan the QR code or visit this website or text Clery to this number, anything that you can give helps. Make sure that you give within your ability and within your reason. But we do appreciate and understand those folks who can give and would appreciate your help if you can. Because we like to be able to give this service to you. And so continuing to provide this would be something incredible. We do think that it's great, and we know that we're not alone. So these are our nonprofits partner sponsors. So if you are interested in continuing some of these conversations, please also feel free to check out all of these many partner sponsors who work on similar topics, who cover similar conversations from a variety of different perspectives. And so we are so thankful for their continued support, and we know of the great programs that they continue to put on as well, as we continue to all work together to address all of these different topics. And then just another thank you to our sponsors of the International Ombuds Association for sponsoring our session on conflict management, as well as our supporting sponsors of Allied Universal and the Campus Safety Conference. I do see some questions that are coming through in the chat. I don't know a whole lot of details kind of about what's going on at the situation with the Utah Valley. I did think that it would be appropriate as we were in this space to make sure that I shared it with you. But unfortunately, since I've been here with you, I just have not had the time to educate myself. And so I don't want to feed into any misinformation or any information that would be partial only. And so I just would encourage you to go look at your local news outlet, take a look at those different sources for additional information, as I haven't had the opportunity as I've been here with you today. I do need to make sure that I give time for us to be thanking everyone else who's joined me, our entire Clery Center team, and to hand off to that, I think it's most appropriate for that thank you to come from Bob Alig, our new executive director. So Bob, do you want to thank the team for me?
Absolutely. I couldn't be more grateful or more proud of this team. It's been a really impressive day, and I am just very grateful. And I'm also grateful for the incredible participation and, frankly, all that I've been able to learn over the last 5-6 hours. So it's just been wonderful. And please complete the surveys. Let us know how we can best support each of you in this work to keep our campuses safe. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And thanks to an amazing team who made this possible.
All right, and with that, we've reached the end of our programming day. And so we have reached the end of NACSAM. Please, thank you very much for attending today and coming with us all the way through our programming. Don't forget to fill out that evaluation survey, as it is very helpful for us. And I hope that you will take care of yourself, take care of your communities, and we look forward to seeing you next time. Have a great rest of your day, and happy NACSAM, I guess. Bye.